Wanna smoke with me? And turn this motherfucker up 800 degrees. Whole team eat chefs cause she's a treat. She's so bougie, on appetite. I'm a savage, attitude nasty. Talk big shit, but my bank account match it. But I'm classy, rich, but I'm ratchet. Haters kept my name in their mouth, not a gagging. Bougie. He say the way that thing move is a movie. I told that bro, we gotta keep it low, leave me the room key. I done bled the block and now it's hot, bitch, I'm Tunchi. I'm mood and I'm moody. I'm a savage. Classy, Gucci, ratchet. Sassy, moody, nasty. Acting stupid, what's happening? What's happening? Bitch, I'm a savage. Classy, Gucci, ratchet. Sassy, moody, nasty. Acting stupid, what's happening? Bitch, what's happening? Hips tick tock when I dance. On that demon time, she might start her OnlyFans. Big D and that beast stand for bands. If you wanna see some real ass, baby, it's your chance. I say left cheek, right cheek, drop it low this one. Texas up in this thing, put you up on this game. I be talking my friend, gang, 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 gang. If you don't jump to put jeans on, baby, you don't feel my pain. Please don't give me hype, write my name in ice. Can't argue with these lazy bitches, I just raise my price. I'm a boss, I'm a leader, I pull up in my two-seater, and my mama was a savage. Got this shit from Tina, I'm a savage. Yeah, classy, Gucci, ratchet. Sassy, moody, nasty. Acting stupid, what's happening? What's happening? Bitch, I'm a savage. Yeah, classy, Gucci, ratchet. Yeah, sassy, moody, nasty. Acting stupid, what's happening? Bitch, what's happening? Like Beyonce, like me. He want a bitch like the Stallion with the knees. He be like, damn, how that thing moving in the jeans. Even people hell couldn't do it like me, like me. I got this body ready just for you. But I hope you don't catch me messing around with you. Talking to myself in the mirror like, bitch, you my boo. Oh shit, ooh, I need a mop to clean the floors to a strip. Ooh, I keep a knot, I keep a watch, I keep it real. Ooh, let's play a game, Simon says I'm still that bitch. Ayy, I'm still that bitch, yeah. I'm a savage, yeah. Classy, Gucci, ratchet. Sassy, moody, nasty. Acting stupid, what's happening? What's happening? Bitch, I'm a savage, yeah. Classy, Gucci, ratchet. Sassy, moody, nasty. Acting stupid, what's happening? Bitch, what's happening? They asking for the queen to buy some cameras in here. I'm a bad bitch, she's a savage, no comparison here. I'ma flip my hair and look back while I twerk in the mirror. All this money in the wrong, think some scammers in here. I'm coming straight up out the earth, put through it like I started. Wood grain, we swerving, keeping his mind all on these curves. Cool fly like a bird, cold on them like birds. Always keep my word, no I don't do crosswords. Stallion with that writing like them hot girls, them kids. I hop that shit the way I hopped up this lid. I pop my shit, now watch me pop up again. Like my stuff load, now watch me sweep up these ends. Savage, classy, Gucci, ratchet. Sassy, moody, nasty. Acting stupid, what's happening? What's happening? Bitch, I'm a savage. Classy, Gucci, ratchet. Sassy, moody, nasty. Acting stupid, what's happening? Bitch, what's happening? I'm a savage. It's the Stallion.
What's going on, Conscious Crew? It is your favorite, precise, and accurate, come to find out, favorite content creator, CTV. What's happening, honey? My voice is a little toe up, girl. I had a very crunk-ass weekend. It has been amazing. Friday kicked off great. What a wonderful way to end the motherfucking week. And what a wonderful way to enter into the holidays. Okay. Y'all, we got to get into some things. And before we do, I need y'all to thumbs up the video. You already know that this helps with the algorithm, girl. And it also triggers up the notification system on this bitch, because YouTube only sends out 10% of notifications to 10% notifications, only sends out notifications to 10% of your subscriber count. But when you thumbs up the video, okay, it forces these YouTube CEO whores, okay, to send out more notifications to all unsuspecting YouTube subscribers, okay, all the unsuspecting conscious crew members specifically, okay, who are lying dormant right now and have no idea that we are live and in color. So make sure that you thumbs up the video. Also make sure that you have your notification bell set to all, because you never know what day or hour the king shall be kinging. And you definitely need to make sure that you are subscribed here, because if I like it, you're going to love it. And we are 110 subscribers away from our 40K goal, girl. I'm gonna go ahead and claim it, girl. 40K before 2023, girl. Okay, we can do that in the next 2, 3, 4, 5 days, girl. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and claim our old nasty piece of 40, girl. 40K, hitting it and quitting it, period, bitch. A hoe could never, ever, nor could her tired ass nigga either. Okay. With no further ado, let's go ahead and push the hell on through.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
All right, you guys, welcome back. So first thing I need to do is shout out all of our contributors, girl. It's so many of y'all, I don't even know, honey. Okay? How doing? Shout out to Adriana's Report. Thank you. You're my favorite. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Report. Shout out to Adriana's Report. Thank you, boo, so much for the Cash App and for the Christmas love. Happy holidays to you, babes. You're my favorite. Thank you. Shout out to Marilyn. Shout out to my Your Sweet Place. Shout out to Simon. Shout out to Bree. Shout out to Isaac. Shout out to Franny. Shout out to Gigi. Shout out to Shara. Shout out to Cassie. Shout out to Sharima. Shout out to Tasha. Shout out to Bashir. Shout out to Cheryl, Kiwana. Shout out to Keisha. Shout out to Mona. Shout out to my baby mother, FB. Shout out to Goddess. Shout out to Archie. Shout out to Allie. Shout out to Jordana and the Misses. Shout out to Miss Page. Shout out to Kamara. Shout out to my baby mother, Anya. Shout out to Robin. Shout out to Serena. Shout out to Mrs. Always Right. Shout out to my beautiful moderator, Just Be Real. Shout out to Nicole. Shout out to my boo Robbie Privilege. Shout out to Queen Barbara. Shout out to Miss Mata. Shout out to Miss Watton. Shout out to Miss Curtis. Shout out to Ashley. Shout out to Archie. Shout out to Bettina. Shout out to Terrell. Shout out to Teresa. Shout out to Tanisha. Shout out to Jerry. Shout out to, let me see here. Hold on, because I'm bougie, honey. Is they mad, girl? Why they mad? Why they mad, y'all? What's going on? Shout out to Jean, who just Cash App the dog. Thank you, boo. Thank you for the Christmas and Cash App love. God bless you. Happy holidays. Shout out to McKinney. Shout out to, I'm telling you, like it's like a grocery list, girl. Just shout out to the order, shout outs, girl. Shout out to Miss Cutie. Shout out to, let me see here, Miss Jenkins, Miss Washington. Shout out to my nasty piece of Lisa Morrison. Shout out to my beautiful moderator, Classy. Okay. Let me see here. Hold on. And you guys know I will have to go back into my PayPal and also shout you guys out. But thank you all to my to everybody who's been contributing and donating the platform, honey, who's been appreciating the work and the coverage, honey. And who's just been showing y'all love. I really, 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 really appreciate it because of you guys' generous donations and you guys just appreciating the work and what we do here. We was able to build a studio, honey. We was able to get new software, new microphones, build a whole entire set in this mother lover. Also, we're going to be handling some of the business side of the brand coming in 2023. Matter of fact, the top of the year. So I just want to thank you all for your contribution. Shout out to my patrons, my faithful members. Every month, you guys are making everything that I'm doing on the front end and the back end possible. So I really love you guys. And all donation information is, once again, always in the description box. It's always scrolling at the bottom of the screen. And my moderators are also always rotating the donation links. And I really want to thank you guys because you guys helped to make the growth of this platform happen this year. From some of the epic beefs of this year by people who have 1 million subscribers on Instagram and 1 million subscribers on YouTube. We had a 25,000 subscriber influx. Also between some of the more notable cases that we covered, from Larry Reed's litigation to the Megan Thee Stallion litigation, girl, we've been fucking working. Okay, we worked our asshole off. We rode controversy with class and grace, honey. We made it all work for the betterment of the kingdom. I think it is y'all Christian scriptures that says nothing, okay, nothing. Oh no, that all things shall work for the will of the righteous, girl. All things shall work, okay? All things. If God gonna give you the puzzle pieces, the least you can do is be smart enough to assemble the masterpiece, okay? God gave us all the working pieces, honey, and you know what? I didn't discriminate, honey, okay? Sometimes God gonna allow your hater, aka your enemy, to be your footstool. Some more subscribers, and then sometimes it's just gonna be that beautiful being work, honey. Okay. But either way, honey, all of those are vehicles to the next level, baby. Okay. Or you got to be sufficient at is driving the motherfucking, it's driving behind the wheel, bruh. Okay. All things work for the well of the righteous. Now, with that being said, it's about to be 2023, and we're gonna have to make some refinements to the platform. Okay, so right off the back, my moderators, I will have to edit my moderators down for 2023. I need to clear some space. I want people who can be here consistently. I want people who can be here on the regular. The whole point of moderators is consistency, okay? And moderators are very significant because they reinforce whatever guidelines you have for the live stream. They also put in necessary information, whether that's PO boxes, whether that's Patreon links, other social media handlers. They also can help to regulate the stream by taking care of trolls, spam, etc. And I'm going to be working my ass off. We have so many amazing interviews, so many amazing collaborations coming up in 2023. The platform is going to go to the next level. Everything that we've been doing this year has set us up for everything that's going to come next year. There's also going to be things happening outside of the YouTube space that's going to be fucking amazing. So I need to run a very tight ship. I don't have any time to play. I don't have no time for child's games. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. It's all business, and it's all art, and it's all content from here on up. So what that means is, if you find that you do not have a wrench, next year when you come into the stream, it is literally not personal. You are still very much so a conscious crew member. I love you, and I thank you for your contribution to the platform and for everything that you've brought. And I hope that you will continue to support the platform. It is all love, and it is nothing personal, okay? There was also a gang of people that I modded up earlier this year. when I had an influx of spam. I forgot what we was talking about one night, but it was like this influx of spam, and I had to do an emergency mod up, okay? And I had to hand out a lot of wrenches to people for the sake of what was going on that night. So I need to clear all of that out as well. And this is the thing too, y'all. I want good energy, because what I realize is that I fuck with me. I don't fuck with other people. I don't, like, I focus on my content and I do me, okay? And I let other content creators do what the fuck they need to do. I want all good vibes. I want people who fuck with the Conscious crew the long way. I don't want none of you part-time hating assholes. I don't want none of you sometime supportive assholes. All these sometime one-third of a Conscious crew member, one half of a Conscious crew member. Don't want none of you motherfuckers over here, okay? All good vibes, honey. Free yourself, release yourself, stay on your side, on your neck of the motherfucking woods. Stay where your bees at, okay? I'm surrounding myself physically and digitally with all good vibes. I ain't collaborating with nobody I don't like. I ain't shouting nobody out who I don't like. Ain't gonna be no free for promotion over here. Don't put no other fucking content creator's name in my motherfucking chat. A bitch gonna have to pay me or fade me. Okay? I have to work and get it from the ground up on this bitch, and everybody else can do the same, because I was real nice this year. Real nice for no reason. Just nice for the hell of it. Okay? And hoes is still mad. Hoes is still hating. Hoes is still low-key in their fees, girl. So I'm gonna set all the bitches free, and I'm gonna do a whole fucking reset, okay? And since folk can't find their way out the door, I'm gonna help assist them, honey. Okay? Okay. All good vibes, all support. Also, all that political correct shit I was doing over the past 2 years, that shit is over. I am very clear about who our enemies are and who our tribe members are. I'm not protecting you mammies. I'm not protecting you Uncle Rufus ass niggas. Okay? I do not consider all skin folk to be kinfolk. Some of us are black people and some of us are black looking people, in the words of Vicky Dillard, baby. Okay? And I am no longer protecting menaces, particularly black people who literally perpetuate violence upon other people. All you fucking violent offenders, all you people who make victims out of other people and then expect the community to rally behind you, fuck you. Suck my ass, suck my coochie meat, suck my motherfucking dick, suck my motherfucking ball sack, kiss my motherfucking entire ass. I'm gonna ruthlessly keep my fucking foot on you mammies and you Uncle Rufus ass niggas necks, ruthlessly. Bitch, I'm gonna give y'all something to be mad at for 2023, baby. I'm gonna give y'all something to hate on, ho. Some of y'all think y'all in y'all feelings now, bitch. Some of y'all think y'all holding it together now, girl. Some of y'all think y'all got self-restraint now, baby. I'm gonna make you jump out of that fucking window for 2023, honey. I'm gonna give you the push you need. Okay, to go ahead and stand all the way up in your feelings, girl. You won't be able to suppress it, boo. Okay? I'm gonna drive you to the motherfucking edge for 2023. So going forward next year, it's going to be all business, and it's going to be an intense ride. Expect an intense ride. The past 3 weeks on this platform, let that be an indication to you how we're going to be moving next year. Okay? I'm going to issue a disclaimer now. This platform is not for the simple. If you're faint of heart, if you're sensitive, okay? If you don't want to use your brain and your mind, okay? If you are the kind of person who likes to put an idea out there but don't like nobody to challenge it, this is not the platform for you, baby. You're going to get drugged. You're going to be debated. You're going to be debated down to the bone marrow, bitch. You're going to be challenged into alopecia. Okay? All my niggas, you're going to be challenged until you disappear, baby. Okay? That's how we get down. Okay? We wrestle and fight and swing and bang that thing out, honey, in the passionate pursuit of the truth. Okay? If you an easy breezy, beautiful color girl, this ain't for you, baby. You're going to get ugly over here, baby. Okay? In the name of truth and justice, baby, and sensibility, baby, it's going to get ugly, bitch. Okay? This is the gauntlet over here. Okay? So make sure you have your helmets on. Make sure that you come prepared. Okay? For the intensity. I'm also not going to block people who support my platform like Miss Barbara. I know a lot of y'all don't like her. I know some of her politics are polarizing, but this is literally what a democracy looks like, okay? This is a community, okay? And people have to have the right to disagree. Folk have to have the right to insert an alternative belief, okay? People have to have the right to sound off. I don't want no fucking echo chamber. But once again, just because you say something don't mean that folk not gonna respond back or keep their foot on your neck. So just like you got the right to say it, people got the right to challenge it. Just like you got the right to believe it, folk got the right to rebut you. Okay? The rights go from east to west. Okay? East to west. Both-sided. This platform gonna be both-sided, boo. Okay? So get ready, bitch. Okay? Because I promise y'all, y'all ain't see nothing yet. Hold on. I got a text message. Thank you so much, Dominique Boo. Shout out. That, you know what's so funny? That's another thing. Shout out to my contributors, girl. We ain't got a beg over here. No, nothing, girl. Y'all just throw coin on the bitch, honey. Okay? I ain't even got a pole and got naked for y'all, honey. Okay? And y'all just be making it rain on a nigga, honey. Thank y'all so much, girl, for not making me have to beg y'all for participation or nothing, girl. Y'all would throw, you know what's funny about y'all? Y'all would throw money before y'all even throw a thumbs up on a damn video, bitch. I be having to torture and torment y'all, okay? But the reality is, y'all support the platform where it actually counts. So I ain't mad at it. So shout out to Sister Walton. Thank you so much. Love. God bless you. Happy 2023. And shout out to everybody in the building. I'm about to go up the road. I got to show good. I got to get good. Hold on, y'all. Sorry. I'm nasty. Nasty. I'm kinda hungry. Hold on, y'all. I'm texting, girl. I got y'all's man's texting me, girl, asking me what I want to eat, honey. Okay, I'm just telling y'all's man what I want to eat. Okay, y'all. So we got some shit to get into. Now, look, I done did my part in this trial, girl. And let me tell you something. It was fun. It was exhilarating. I'm a natural debater. I was a part of the debate team. In middle school and high school. So debating is what I do. I'm a stickler for true crime, and I just like applying my brain in critical ways, okay? I was never one of those girls who cheated in school on tests and all of that shit. Like, I love a challenge. I love intellectual dialogue. I love people who can critically observe things. I love people who take time to sift through and to put things together and to make things make sense. Like, I fucking live for it, okay? Hold on. Let me see. Regular. Field. I need some field. Hold on. So this trial, it encapsulated all of that for me. It was an opportunity to be critical. It was an opportunity to get to the heart of truth. There was also people's freedoms on the line, girl. There was people's sanity, honey. There was justice on the line, girl. There were so many issues that this one circumstance encompassed. It catered to the black male, black female dynamic, white supremacy, payola, how things within the industry get co-opted by the powers that be. This was a multi-layered ass situation that allowed for a lot of people to chime in. It offered a lot of things for us to feed off of, and I'm not really mad at that. Okay, let me go ahead and share my screen real quick. Actually, let me while we're here. How doing? Because I wrote something in my community tab. Shout out and thank you so much, Brandon. Thank you so much for your Cash App donation. Delightful. Thank you, boo. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Happy holidays and God bless you. I love y'all, honey. Y'all are too much. Y'all are too much. Hold on. Hold on, you guys. Thumbs up, Rico. Hold on, you guys. I don't know what's available. I don't know what's everything closed right now. Okay, you guys. Okay. All right, you guys. Let me share my screen real quick. Oh my God, we're less than 100 away. We're at 39.9. We are less than 100 subscribers away, you guys, from 40 freaking K. Let me tell you something. Friday was the most amazing feeling I've had in a long time. I cannot describe to you the way that I felt Friday. And I know a lot of people are conflating people who are happy for this verdict with those who want to see a black man, go down and want to see, or who hate Tory Lanez. For a lot of people, this was literally about the truth. And the reality is, just like people believe that Tory Lanez is innocent, there are people who genuinely believe that Megan is innocent based upon the facts, based upon witness testimony, based upon just doing the math. The math actually added up that Tory was guilty for some people, just like the math added up for some other people that Megan was a lying bitch. Okay? Now, I don't know Tory Lanez to hate him. I'm not familiar with him. And to be honest, this was the most goddamn familiar I got with him was through covering Megan. And I didn't know her that goddamn well, because Meg wasn't my favorite, but I didn't hate her music either. This was the most acquainted I got with the both of them under these circumstances. But the math. It just math for some of us. And it clearly math for the jury. Okay? Now, I wrote something on my wall that I want to share real quick before we get into the teams. And I will be dropping the link and allowing you guys to sound off as well. Hold on. Okay, look at that, y'all. We are almost at 40 fucking K. Look at that. We're working, okay? See, while some people out here hating and in they fifis, bitch, work. Get to work. Some of y'all talk too much shit and you ain't putting in that work. And then you wondering why you got 2.5 people in your damn live stream. You wonder why you stuck. You wonder why you've been stuck. Work. Okay? People are going to subscribe based upon you working. Okay? Focus on your focus. Okay? That's all you got to do, boo, is focus on your focusing, okay? Because some of the same tired-ass niggas and bitches who was talking shit about me and my compadres still stuck where we left their ass at instead of working. You got to work. Okay? Now, that's what I posted. Friday was an insane day of trial coverage, leaving those like myself who saw the evidence sufficient enough to conclude beyond a reasonable doubt that rapper Tory Lanez was guilty of possessing an unregistered firearm that he shot rapper Megan Thee Stallion with willfully and purposely. One of the core issues with those who feel the opposite is that they are misquoting testimony, therefore have an inaccurate understanding of why jurors made the choice they made alongside the corroborating evidence. The judge instructed jurors to stand on their square and not to let up if they weren't convinced, which means jurors came to a unanimous vote without added pressure over them from the courts. 22 years is max, but doesn't mean he will serve the max term. For God's sakes, his sentencing hasn't even been handed out yet. 22 years is also not extreme when you take into consideration all of the infractions Tory has within the justice system, which by law does and will play a part in how long he gets. Courts typically double down on harsh sentencing when it comes to repeat offenders and those who maintain destructive behavior while already experiencing the mercy of the courts. This is not a black man versus white supremacy. If it was, Tory Lanez would serve the system better free so that he can do the white man's job for him as they have allowed him to do for years. The slated courts had to act this time because of how high profile the victim was in this case. The same people hooping and hollering about a wrongful conviction never made any content nor took any active measure to correct Tory's behavior by speaking out during any of his previous acts of violence upon other black people. Therefore, I don't want to hear them same silent ass people now be as loud as Tory's tired ass pappy was now that something has been done about this menace to black society. If anything, passionately pursue correcting the Tory Lanez many of you have as brothers, fathers, uncles, best friends, and spouses so that you don't find yourself acting when it's too late to intervene like you did in Tory's case. Merry Christmas and happy motherfucking New Year's, bitches. Okay? I know a lot of people want to make this case about a whole lot of things in order to distract from the fact that this man shot a unarmed black woman with her back turned. Okay? All the conversations around Rock Nation, all the conversations around white supremacy and the anti-blackness of the criminal justice system are all patriarchal deflections, okay? Anything to take away from the fact that this woman was traumatized and this woman was violated with a deadly weapon. And even if you believe Tory Lanez is innocent of pulling the trigger intentionally or at all, what he is for sure guilty of is protecting the motherfucker who did. That's what he absolutely is guilty of. Okay? You same niggas who talking about the criminal justice system being whitewashed and not being any place for a black man knew that when Tory Lanez walked through a Miami nightclub and punched a man in his mouth. You same niggas talking all that criminal justice system shit knew that the criminal justice system was not for black men. Okay? When he ran down on August Alsina with his back turned in an open hallway for all to see and beat this man into a bloody pulp. And none of you went up and none of you had outraged and none of you showed concern for the things that Tory Lanez was doing to put himself before the mercy of a warped, lopsided criminal justice system. And you know why most of you didn't do that? Because most of you motherfuckers are toxic and destructive just like them. Most of you are so desensitized to perpetual violence in our community that it was just another day and another dollar and another nigga as far as you was concerned. Some of you have normalized destructive behavior from black men in such a way that it never dawned on you that that same criminal justice system that you now so mad at him being subjected to was the same justice system that he was potentially running into over and over and over and over again when he pulled up on the rapper Zax with the loaded weapon and threatened him. When he punched R&B singer Joshua Bennett in the face. None of y'all went up and rallied behind this man. None of y'all reminded him that he's a black man in a white man's world. None of y'all reminded him and scrutinized him and pressured and gave him tough love and reminded him as fans that at any moment now, he could throw everything that he done worked for away. And guess who was more silent than his raggedy ass fans? His tired ass, bald headed daddy, who hooped and goddamn hollered because the criminal justice system that was kind enough to put his ass on probation, that was kind enough to put his ass on house arrest, that was kind enough, okay, to allow him to settle out of court when it came to some of his victims, finally held him accountable. Do some of y'all realize that you're talking about a black man who has pretty much had immunity for years and years and years and years and years? Years of violations, years of mercy, years of compassion shown to Mr. Lanez. And guess what he did? Spit in the face of his freedom, spit in the face of his community, spit in the face of a criminal justice system that only took it easy on his ass because of his status and because of his wealth. And guess what all these conversations have been? About what Megan Thee Stallion did. Well, guess what, boo? Lying about fucking a nigga is not illegal. Being jealous is not illegal. It's not a crime. Being territorial is not illegal. Fucking your friend's man behind their back is not a crime. And the fact that y'all were literally comparing these non-criminal offenses to criminal offenses, it was the false equivalency for me. It was the false equivalency for me. It was the lack of emotional intelligence to really sit in a conversation and uphold and deal with a man who literally held a gun to a person's backside and feet next to a person who lied to a commentator about who they slept with. Hold on. Yes. I don't know what's open. You just go to the I'll just take something to drink. I can cash app you. Let's cook out. You got your card on you? I don't know what they give, so just call me when you get there. Yeah, I never had cookouts. I don't know what they sell. So if you're gonna go down there, just call me when you get there. So Yales, okay. This is not. Thank you, Miss Collins. Thank you, Boo, for the Cash App donation. Thank you, love. God bless you all. So it's none of that, okay? This is not about white supremacy. This is not about the Ku Klux Klan. This is not about Megan Thee Stallion lying, okay? Megan Thee Stallion showed this nigga grace. She still ain't the one who pressed charges, okay? Still ain't. California versus Tory Lanez. Okay, just admit you mammies and you Uncle Rufus ass niggas, y'all are just sexist. You have internalized misogyny, and you expose yourselves, and you motherfuckers need some deep help. And a lot of you niggas been around here talking about, you know, Tory Lanez could be you, or Tory Lanez could be any one of us. Yeah, but how many of our daughters could be Megan Thee Stallion? How many of our sisters could be Megan Thee Stallion? How many of our homegirls can be Megan? How many? How many? How many of the women in your life can be Megan Thee Stallion? Tory Lanez couldn't find it in himself to sit his motherfucking ass down despite all the mercy he received. And guess what the U.S. government did? Sat his ass down for him. For him. Because that's what happens when you have an uncontrollable urge that you just can't seem to get a handle on. Something to get a handle on your ass. And I think, once again, more shocking than men, because I expect men to be ignorant. I expect men to be unsympathetic, unempathetic when it comes to the plight of women, because men have no idea what it's like to live in a sexist reality. They have no idea what it's like to be subjected to sexism. They have no idea what it's like to feel powerless to those who have the power to inflict sexual assault. You don't hear male testimony of them being pulled into alleyways by female violators. You don't hear testimony of men being pulled into cars and then gang raped by a gang of women. You don't hear that. Men are largely removed from all these areas that predominantly impact women. So I was more so surprised at woman. I'm like, how can you be a woman? How can you be woman? Woman! Like, are you not tired of men justifying violence upon you because of what you said and how you said it? Are you not tired of knowing that your girlfriend is not safe when she's ready to break it off with a man for the fear that he will terminate her? Are you not tired of a man slapping you upside your shit because of the tone that you held with him? Are you like, and do you really expect all women to live in that world just because you are? Just because you want to walk into the punches? Just because you not gonna call out your abusive ass boyfriend? Just because you gonna stay in a relationship? Just because you gonna let it go? I was shook, but not shocked. But shook, but not shocked. But definitely damn sure shook. 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 This has been an eye-opening trial. It goes to show just how unprotected Black women are, and how Black women damn sure don't have allyship. Largely, I'm not going to say from nobody in the male community, but generally and largely in the male community, do not have that allyship. But it's more sad that Black women can't even count on that allyship from other Black women. And I know that some of y'all really believe that this case is about putting Megan on the stand as well, but it's not, because at the end of the day, whether she fucked them or not, at the end of the day, whether she was drunk as hell and had a stank attitude at the pool party or not, rather, she fucked on her best friend's nigga. Those are all the things she did. But what somebody else did was shoot a fucking gun and almost costed her life. That's what somebody else did. Some of you have done far worse in life and received far less of a consequence. So how dare you turn a molehill into a goddamn mountain? Bitch, we are not living in the Old Testament, ho. You do not get to be stoned because you a whore. You do not get to be stoned because you are homosexual. You do not get to be stoned to death because you stole a pack of goddamn potato chips at the 7-Eleven. And let me tell you something that was more goddamn ridiculous. And this is where the shit hit the fan for me. It was the fact that the men's community, along with they flying monkey ass mammies who helped patriarchy to do its dirty work, could literally make this crime about Megan's sexuality, Megan's body count, Megan's drunkenness, Megan's slick mouth, Megan's morality. It was all the respectability politics for me. But yet, when it was time for the feminine entities in the Black community to rally behind the injustice committed against unarmed George Floyd, guess what did not matter to those feminine entities? The fact that George Floyd had a counterfeit bill that drew police to that convenience store. Guess what didn't matter to the feminine entities that stood up for George Floyd? The fact that he had went to prison for armed robbery against a pregnant woman. Guess what didn't matter to the feminine entities that rallied behind the death and the injustice of that Black man? The fact that he was a convicted felon, the fact that he was an ex-drug addict. Guess what didn't matter? Guess who didn't yield to respectability politics and turned this fucking country inside fucking out? The Black entities, the Black feminine entities in this community. But as soon as something happened to Megan Thee Stallion, the same Black male community that relies on the feminine Black entities of the Black community to do for them what they cannot do for themselves, which is face off with police and organize on behalf of them, yielded completely to those respectability politics. And they cited everything they could to invalidate this woman's experience. They made this about every motherfucking thing but who did it. They completely weaponized and employed those respectability politics. That's what they did. Do you think that Black men are the only people who deserve a dignified trial, a dignified death? Who deserve to be treated with dignity by their peers, their community, by police, etc., irregardless of who they are? But trans people should not be afforded that. Queer people should not be afforded that. Cis, hetero, Black women should not be afforded that. That it should become for the rest of us about who we are for Black, cis, hetero man and they flying monkey mammy ass community to show us the same grace and to offer us the same supportive base. Because when trans women die, it becomes about what she did. She had to have deceived and lied and manipulated that man to have made him do what he did. When it comes to same gender loving women and men in the streets, laying in their own blood, it becomes about, well, the wages of sin is death. When it comes to cis hetero black woman, it becomes she should have known better and she should have chose better. She knew what she was getting into. She knew who that nigga was. But when it comes to cis hetero black man and they flying mammy ass monkeys, they get to be the jury and the judge of morality and decide who should and who shouldn't be afforded their rights and their liberty based upon rather those people are deemed as valuable or respectable to the community. It's the hypocrisy of our motherfucking democracy for me. For me. For me. Yep, and we can wonder about a lot of things. We can wonder who brought the gun to the party, but the bigger question was who used it. And the courts decided that it was Tory Lanez, the same person that paraded around in your face in 2017 with caches of weapons. All right, come on, you get there. I'm gonna show you real quick. Real quick. Hold on. Real quick. Hold on. Do I still got some of this shit up? I don't think I do. Hold on. Let me see something. I took all this shit down. They talking about who brought the gun to the party, yada 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 yada. The question is, who used the motherfucking gun at the after party, yada 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 yada. Okay, I'm gonna tell you who. They decided that this slick motherfucker here did, Miss Lanez. Okay, Miss Tory motherfucking Lanez, who was arrested on gun charges back in 2017, as we already went over. The same Canadian artist who is arrested this time for charging a unregistered firearm. Back in 2017 was charged with carrying a concealed firearm, possession of cannabis, failure to register a motor vehicle, driving without a valid driver's license, and failure to show proof of liability insurance. The cannabis charge is a first-degree misdemeanor, while the firearm possession is a third-degree felony. And like I told y'all before, the officer found a concealed, loaded, unholstered gun in the center console. And I know that y'all y'all ain't deaf, but y'all sure act goddamn dumb, because I thought that was just so ironic that Kelsey said that Tory kept reaching for the center console that night when he threatened to blow her goddamn wig cap back. That's who brought a motherfucking gun to the party. The same motherfucker who need a gun. Because if I had threatened to beat the fuck out of Travis Scott while knowing that I was on the way to his baby mama's pool party, I would have brought my fucking security Daquan and brought that thing with me too. Just in case this nigga wanted to make a special appearance at his baby mama's house. Tory Lanez is the one who had all the reason to be strapped. After all, Daquan is his chauffeur and his security. So why would somebody come with security and not have security be armed in one way or another? It was Tory Lanez who was in an open beef with Travis Scott. And he knew he was coming there to be literally on his bald-headed hoe shit. He also knew that he couldn't 100% be assured that Travis Scott wouldn't have pushed through the mansion that day with him and his niggas. So just in case it was going to be a +1 who was going to push through, Miss Tory Lanez made sure that he pushed through with his nigga Deshaun, and they pushed through with that thing just in case. Because the only motherfucking reason why mayonnaise caucasoid ass poo nanny even wanted his black ass there was to taunt her black ass baby daddy to begin with. And Tory Lanez was with all the bald-headed hoe shit. He was with all the Hunger Games. Why would Megan and Kelsey have needed an unregistered gun? That's not even the way that black women typically even carry in this country. Black women, more than black men, actually take the time to register their weapons. Statistically. And the reason that Corey Gamble was at the house, Kris Jenner's sunken place fiance, is because Corey Gamble is lead for Kylie's security detail. It was him and his 6 niggas there. So they were securable. They were protected like the goddamn all-American presidential family. Kelsey, EJ, and Megan didn't have a reason to have a gun. The premises were going to be highly secure. But guess who carries guns irregardless, baby? Guess who do? Ignorant ass, low vibrational plate eating ass niggas. If you really are going to be honest with yourself, ask yourself this. Wouldn't it actually be dumbatory to move around the city freely without a weapon while he has 8 open beefs out here in these streets? Wouldn't that actually be ignorant of him to have assaulted all these men, knowingly have open beefs with all these men, public beefs, and not be armed? I know that y'all don't think Tory is that stupid. This ain't even his first rodeo, boo. Okay? This ain't even his first rodeo, girl. Okay? Concealed, loaded, unholstered gun in center console. Just make it make sense. That's all you gotta do. And the sense is laying out there in plain sight. This is not motherfucking rocket science that some of you would believe. Now, before we had dropped off on Friday, there were like a billion more updates regarding the sentencing. So we're going to double back a little bit and get back into some of neighborhood talk and shade room updates regarding the shenanigans. And we also want to shout out Goddess Dawn Speaks on YouTube for gracing the platform and giving us those exclusives directly from the courthouse. Unlike a lot of other content creators who were a part of witnessing this trial, she didn't have a relationship to Tory. and she didn't have a relationship either to Megan Thee Stallion. You don't see Goddess Dawn Speaks getting into Tory Lanez car and getting into his SUV and leaving with him like you did other content creators who were reporting on this matter. Okay? She came, did her fucking job, reported what the fuck she saw, and she kept it motherfucking moving. Okay? And that's why I fucked with her. So shout out to Goddess Dawn Speaks. Now, as you guys know, Tory Lanez's attorney speaks after guilty verdict reveals plans to appeal. We are shocked by the verdict. There was not sufficient evidence to convict Mr. Peterson. We believe this case was not proven beyond a reasonable doubt. We will be exploring all options, including an appeal. Welcome to the Unhinged with Budweiser K Club. It'll be a wash. Hey, Nails World. Okay. Max Julian off of Twitter said he can kiss that hairline completely goodbye in there. My God, Dunzo. Megan's producer with a few things to say after Tory Lanez's guilty verdict. Where all the niggas that was talking shit in my mentions and IG? Okay, then he posts lame ass goofies. Okay, then he posts a gift that says drop the soap, don't drop the soap, don't drop the soap, don't drop the soap. Mama say lock your ass. Mama say lock your ass. Okay? I'm done. I just had to get some tweets off real quick, okay? Because yeah, it was revenge day. For those of y'all who trolled Meg and trolled her team, and those of you who were just so arrogant and full of yourself, etc., and you wanted Tory Lanez to walk, and then you had to eat crow. Okay? Then you had to give other people a rim job because you jumped out of the motherfucking window. Okay? Some of y'all have broke the law several times over and still don't know it by now. Some of y'all who done broke the law, bitch, if you got caught for the crimes you committed, bitch, why the fuck wasn't Tory Lanez time gonna come? The Lord let your ass into the belly of the beast. It was only fair to allow Tory to finally have his time there as well. Okay? Earlier today, Tory Lanez was found guilty on all charges for shooting Megan Thee Stallion. As with all scenarios, one thing the innate gonna do is cut up. Some of the trending phases following the trial include Damn Tory, Happy for Meg, No DNA, Rock Nation, August Alsina, and more. Swipe for what peeps are saying. I want a cookie. Got none. I want a cookie, yeah. I want a cookie. Ain't got none. I want a cookie. Kelsey at home and that perjury charge kick in. My God. Today. Wow. That is exactly what Kelsey's posture gonna be, bitch. I am screaming. Megan, after finding out Tory Lanez will be arrested with no DNA found. Hold on. All right, y'all. I'm back. Trying to get a food order together, child. Okay? Sorry about that, okay? So this one is Megan after finding out Tory Lanez will be arrested with no DNA. A win is a win, bitch. A win is a win.
A win is a win.
I'm screaming and gagging, okay? What are y'all going to do when Tory Lanez is found guilty?
I guess we'll never know.
Yikes! I mean, it's found innocent. Yikes! That is cold-hearted. What are y'all going to do when Tory Lanez is found innocent? I guess we'll never know. Oh my God. Tory Lanez's lawyer right now.
Good and bad news. Good news, we got your payment money. Bad news, they gave you life.
Yikes! Megan Thee Stallion and her lawyer celebrating the Tory Lanez guilty verdict. Period. Oh, that aged so well, didn't it? That aged really well. August Alsina right now.
Well.
That's it, and that is all. Jay-Z right now reading these Tory Lanez courtroom tweets.
The computer say, Floyd said, T.I. Nelly 50. I'm like, what is it me for?
What I got to do with this? When you won the prison talent show last year, but then you hear Tory Lanez is coming.
God damn! What the God damn!
My God, today. Tory Lanez should have put one of these in the courtroom.
Sorry. To my mother, I'm sorry. To the victim, I'm sorry. Yes, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
My God, today, baby. He should have performed for his motherfucking life, okay? Then we pull on over, okay? Looks like Carl Crawford has a few things to say following the Tory Lanez verdict.
Cold-blooded. 2 days before Christmas. This man finna go to jail and do 20 plus years. 20 plus years. Now, if a black man don't feel that, I mean,
let's be honest, he's not probably going to do 22 years. But he's definitely going to do fucking time. And then he's going to spend the rest of his days in goddamn Canada, where he belongs, okay? We got enough niggas born right here on this soil that we can't get rid of, okay? We don't need no help, okay? Shout out to Tammy for the Cash App donation. Shout out to you, boo. God bless you and happy holidays. Thank you, love. Black men never think they're supposed to... They never think they're supposed to actually, like, experience any type of penalty for the shit they do. They think that, you know, they can bring understanding to the courthouse, okay? I don't understand this collective narcissism. Okay, then there was Young Jock who said earlier in the year that if Tory Lanez was found innocent, that if he was found guilty, that he would shave his motherfucking head, because that's how much patriarchy believed that definitely a black man wouldn't be held accountable for what he did to a black woman.
If Tory is found guilty, I'll shave my head. I'll shave my whole head bald. Are you serious? Yes.
Now, is Miss Jock going to keep his word? Well, we'll find out in the next 48 hours, baby. Okay? What 7 more hours and counting, Miss Jock. Okay, then there was Tory Lanez's lawyer says the recording artist is holding on to his faith and believes that everything happens for a reason. Everything does happen for a reason. This jury happened for a reason. This case happened for a reason. And do you know what that reason is, Miss Lanez? Because you picked up a motherfucking gun trying to be goddamn cute. And now look at you. What happened? Huh? What happened, Miss Lanez? You acting like lightning struck you. Like this is a mystery. Like some freak accident occurred. Everything happened. Sir, you discharged a weapon in a neighborhood, and you only 4'3", bitch. Not only did you do damage to Megan's feet, do you know how many goddamn baseboards you destroyed shooting at that height? Do you know how many legs on people's kitchen diner chairs and shit you blew off? Do you know how many people's floor vases, girl, you destroyed shooting at that height, bitch? You know how many goddamn doormats and porch mats and shit was blown off, girl? What you mean everything happens for a reason? I bet you your ass somewhere right now throwing your ass in a circle for a honey bun, wishing that your ass would have took the stand, especially after Sean Kelly had done, in the words of Jocelyn, supposed your ass. I bet you wish your ass would have occupied the microphone. But I forgot, bitch, they don't have auto-tune in court. Then there's Tory Lanez, legal name Daystar Peterson, is now listed as an inmate in the LA County jail system. He was handcuffed in the courtroom after the jury verdict was read and led away by deputies, bitch. They shipped Tory Lanez ass off immediately, bitch. They say that Tory Lanez was in the same polarized state of shock that Megan Thee Stallion was when she realized she was in the eye of gunfire. You see how the universe double backs around? Y'all don't find that coincidental and ironic that they said that when the verdict was read, that Tory Lanez just sat there with his hairline melting, looking stoic, and like he was in airplane mode, girl. The same posture that Megan Thee Stallion was in when she was hearing Dance Bitch Dance and was frozen still in fear. You see how the universe gathers? You see how the scriptures come to life? That judge not, lest ye be judged with the same measure. See what happens when the scriptures come to life? You reap thou which you sow. What happened, Tory Lanez? What happened? What happened, y'all? Then there was this goddamn situation with his pappy, bitch. Now, I thought that Tory's hairline was artificial, but it's not. It's not, y'all. It's inherent. It's inherent. Because his daddy got the same fade. Baby, he was born with this robotic ass hair. This whole time, bitch, we thought that he done got his damn head Xeroxed, girl, and he actually got it from his damn daddy. What y'all think about that? What y'all think about Apostle Sunstar Peterson, girl? And he got a part in it too, girl. How doing? How doing? He got a motherfucking part in it, bitch. Giving you real scalp tease. How doing? How doing? Let me show that old nasty part, honey. We gotta move over to the left. How doing?
Where you run?
You see, girl? Oh, nasty piece of part, girl. He got it from his daddy, bitch. The whole time we thought it was a damn sticker on his head, girl. He come from a long line of metallic-headed ass niggas. Long line, bitch. Okay? Frankenstein scalp, bitch. True tea. True tea. But we're going to get into Mr. Apostle in a second, girl. Okay? I just thought that was a good bonus tea. Nah. Let's piggyback a little bit. Hold on. Let me shout out to all of my motherfucking strippers. Hold on. Thank you, Crystal. Thank you, Boo, for the Cash App. God bless you and happy holidays. Thank you all. Once again, Crystal, Tammy, Roberta, Devon, Miss Watton, Jean, Adriana's report, Maryland. Thank you so much for y'all Cash App love. Now they had done found girl, Miss Justin Edison child, okay, who might, along with Miss Kelsey, come to find out Harris might be in some legal trouble, bitch. You know they're gonna double back around and apply them goddamn perjury charges to Miss Kelsey child. But according to ABC7.com, Megan Thee Stallion's former bodyguard located and surrendered, family attorney tells ABC News. As the jury deliberates in the trial of rapper Tory Lanez, who is charged with allegedly shooting Megan Thee Stallion on July 12th of 2020 in the Hollywood Hills, a key witness who failed to testify last Friday was missing has now been located. Attorney Michael Zubak told ABC News that the family surrendered Justin Edison on Friday and prosecutors are aware. Quote, he was found and bench warrant was recalled, Zubak said, adding that Justin Edison came forward today because of what was happening to his family. Justin Edison, who was working as a bodyguard for Megan Thee Stallion during the time of the incident early 2021, was scheduled to appear on the witness stand last Friday, but never showed up, his father, Harold Edison, told Good Morning America in an exclusive interview. Harold Edison said he has not heard from Justin since last Thursday. Quote, my hope is that Justin comes forward so that he doesn't assume the risk that we discussed before, Harold Edison told GMA. I explained to him that this is not worth the risk. We must maintain our integrity, he added. Harold Edison said the investigators from the LA County District Attorney's Office were searching for his son after he failed to appear for his scheduled testimony, with a SWAT team entering his home and placing him in handcuffs in front of his 8-year-old daughter. Quote, I really want this to stop. This is a clear abuse of law enforcement, Harold Edison said. Asked to confirm whether a SWAT team was sent to Harold Edison's home, the DA's office did not respond to ABC News' request for comment. As this matter involves a trial in progress, we decline to comment, a spokesperson for the DA's office told ABC News on Tuesday when asked to confirm reports that investigators are looking for Justin Edison. Meanwhile, Justin Edison attorney Laura Bell told ABC News on Monday that she has no comment on this case. Justin Edison was present in the aftermath of the alleged shooting and was subpoenaed to testify, according to LA County Deputy District Attorney Alexander Bott. Megan Thee Stallion, whose legal name is Megan Pete, testified that Lanez, whose legal name is Daysar Peterson, shot and injured her in both feet. Lanez, who didn't take the witness stand, pled not guilty, and his attorneys argued during the trial that he is falsely accused. A key piece of evidence presented to the jury was a text message that Pete's then friend, Kelsey Nicole, come to find out Harris, sent to Justin Edison moments after the incident saying, "Help, Tory shot Meg, 911. Harris initially corroborated details that point to Lanez as the alleged shooter in a September video interview with prosecutors, but changed her story on the witness stand last week. Quote, "I don't know why I said that to Justin. I didn't see anything happen," Harris testified. According to LAKABC, Harold Edison said his son had been nervous about testifying because this was a high-profile case. Asked why the family has not filed a missing persons report, Zebak told ABC News they don't trust law enforcement after they started to harass the family following Justin Edison's disappearance. The Los Angeles Police Department told ABC News there was no ongoing investigation related to the disappearance of Justin. ABC News has reached out to attorneys for Lanez and Harris for further comment. ABC News Matthew Yahada Sabina So there it is, girl. Justin Edison, girl, while he was in there doing dick slanging contests and twerking for damn TikTok, bitch, U.S. SWAT team had been pushed the fuck through, girl, and tied his ass up in a knot in front of his goddamn daughter, unfortunately, and dragged his ass out of the goddamn front yard mid-daylight in his goddamn G-string and slung his ass head first into the back of the goddamn paddy wagon for all to see. Now he mad. Now he mad, bitch. Now he embarrassed. Huh? I love how everybody get to yield to embarrassment but Megan, who was more of a man and more of a goddamn woman than any of these goddamn niggas, honey. Even though she's just been dragged to and through on social media for 2 years, honey. Should have been shot. She done had Drake poke fun at her shooting. She done been through it all. And guess what Bad Bitch 101 taught her, bitch? You stand up and 10 toes down in your shit. That woman dealt with the misogyny and the bald-headed bullshit of black men, honey, entering into the courtroom, honey. Took the stand, told her goddamn truth, and sashayed, Shantae'd her ass right on to the studio. But do you know where Justin Edison had his twerked out ass at? In the front living room, girl. Doing anime choreography and shit, bitch. When machetes and bow and arrows and machine guns and shit were employed to find his big 6-foot beer muscle having ass after he had done told these people that he would be a star witness in this case, because not only did Tory Lanez allegedly try to bribe Kelsey and Meg, along with Sean Kelly bearing witness to the shooting, but Justin, outside of the text message that Kelsey sent him, also stated that Tory Lanez confessed to him directly that he had shot Meg and profusely apologized. What's going on, official Thais? What's going on, the Thais report and things? So Thais, why was this man at home twerking for TikTok? And then he mad because the SWAT team came and put a AK-47 up his asshole, honey. And spun his ass around on the goddamn street cone, honey. Now he mad. Now he mad, Thais. Why he mad, y'all? You knew you were supposed to have your black ass in court, bitch. You had sworn duty. It was a whole affidavit and your signature on it and everything, bitch. And you got your ass home doing the goddamn butterfly. And now you upset. Now you upset, girl. I guess you call yourself providing a diversion as well. I'm so disappointed in all these niggas. Pussy ass niggas. And tied ass flying the monkey mammies. Kelsey activated mammification on the stand. Justin Edison activated pussy nigga syndrome in the front living room. I mean, talk about a disgusting display of cowardness. And got the nerve to talk about fear. Fear. Bitch, how you fear and you do security for a living, hoe? You literally get paid, bitch, to take rocks to the head. You get paid, bitch, to jump in front of speeding bullets, Superman. If anybody got the means, bitch, and the resources to protect themselves accordingly, it would be you, Mr. Bodyguard of the Year, bitch. Ain't you was around there falling all in love with Megan like damn Whitney Houston on The Bodyguard, bitch? Huh? How the hell you was there to protect and serve her, bitch, and you can't even protect and serve your damn self, bitch? You somewhere needing a damn bodyguard. How the bodyguard need a damn bodyguard? You niggas disgust me. Like, disgust me. Disgust me. And Kelsey ass sitting around here got children. Justin sitting around here got children. And they better pray to God that someday, baby, they don't need, that their children won't need a Justin or a Kelsey to do for them what this Justin and Kelsey was supposed to do for Megan, baby. They better hope that their children do not inherit the sins of their goddamn parents, baby. These people got children. Children. Y'all better hope that none of their ass end up in a situation like Shanquella Robinson or Megan Thee Stallion or even a Offset. Y'all better hope, baby. Because what goes around, baby, boy, does that thing have an interesting motherfucking way of coming back around, baby. And you know what the thing is about karma? Karma really hits you where it's going to hurt you. It don't hit you in the areas that you don't give a fuck about. It don't hit you in the areas that don't mean nothing to you. It waits like a damn cat. Surveillance in a goddamn sparrow. Plucking a dandelion and shit, bitch, okay? And it just waits there, quietly and silently, baby. And it silently, but yet swiftly draws closer and closer and closer, baby. And it waits until you done found you something that you love. You done found something that you like. You done found you something that you are invested in, baby. And then it pulls the motherfucking rug right from under your ass. If some of y'all in the goddamn comment section are wondering why y'all luck is so fucked up, baby, y'all wondering why y'all can't even have luck in simplistic areas, it's because you fucked up. I ain't gonna lie to you. It's because you fucked up, Miss Mamas. It's because you fucked up, Miss Mammy. You fucked up, Uncle Ruckus. You just fucked up. Some of y'all can't even get McDonald's to get your goddamn order right, bitch. And that's just McDonald's, bitch. What type of karma you got over your head, bitch? That the universe won't even allow the hamburglar to burger your burger correctly, bitch. That's some real shit. Some of y'all can't even get hot fries from out of the goddamn driveway accordingly, girl. What type of bald-headed hoe shit is you out here on, girl, when karma wants your damn fries cold? Huh? What happened? What happened, y'all? What is tea? Girl, the way I be watching Karma Kicks, I be like, damn, bitch. What happened? Bitch, even the clearance rack won't even clear you. Something is wrong. Good, that's some deep karma, bitch. When karma intentionally left the onions off your burger, girl, When Karma left the heat off your baked chicken, bitch, that's some deep shit, bitch. That is some deep, deep shit, girl. And when you start seeing Karma on that petty of level, girl, that's the calm before the storm, Miss Mamas. It's time to run, bitch. When Karma wants your ass on the micro and the macro shit, it's time for you to do a deep dive, bitch, and do some self-inventory, girl. Because the book of life about to be open, Miss Mamas, and your name ain't about to be found nowhere in it. So they finally found Miss Justin Edison and her news on Twitter, girl. Okay? And now she up in there facing contempt charges and shit. So we're going to continue to follow her, honey, and figure out what the teams are. Okay? But they finally did find pussy hoe ass, Uncle Rufus ass, Justin Edison, girl, who don't need to protect and serve nobody else since he done confessed that he is a scared ass bodyguard, girl. Okay? So we wish him much success on TikTok and Instagram, girl. Now, we got to get to the dirty. But before we do get to the dirty, hold on. Somebody sent me this link by Shig Smooth, who uploaded this video of Tory Lanez talking about falsely being accused, okay? And my street committee has said that the marker is at the 5-minute mark, okay? So we're going to shout out to Shig Smooth. And this is covered by Fair Use. And we're going to hear what Tory Lanez had to say, okay? And this is him talking about being innocent in teens, child. Okay? Let's play a little bit of this.
I needed to have before I was able to speak on certain things. So, I mean, I understand, like, you're not one that is facing 22 years. And so certain things, like for you to say that I don't understand the severity and I'm over here facing 22 years for something that I know that didn't happen the way that I'm being alleged or whatever the case is, didn't happen that way. Regardless, is like, you guys, and I'm not even trying to make anybody like everyone's against me. It's not that everyone's against me. What I am alleged, or what it is alleged that it is said that I've done, if I actually did that, I understand. I would feel how you guys feel. And that's why I said there's nothing wrong with how you guys feel, because you're only going off of what you heard.
But Tory, there was a bullet that grazed or hit someone's foot.
I just want.
Thank you, Miss Mamas. Okay, there was a bullet, Miss Mamas.
I do think we're getting away from.
Can I say something?
No, because I don't like to not claim.
Hey, hold on. One at a time.
I'm not saying he needs to own up and take responsibility right now, because obviously he got a whole court situation he got to deal with. Like,
Right.
that's that.
And I feel
But
like
when
also,
you use language like, "Oh, it didn't happen like that," "Oh, it didn't like that," like that's gaslighting.
first and foremost, listen. I'm not gonna go into this a bunch of verbatim for verbatim, because I know how the internet is, and I know what it is and how this works. We're straying away from the topic and now going deeper into my legal part of it. All I asked was,
I literally just said I don't want to hear the legal part of it.
So Tory, you're being painted pretty badly right after this case,
And that's what I'm saying. The nigga just refused to say, I didn't do it. The language is, he uses ambiguous language, period. All this rigmarole, like, nigga, I'm innocent, I didn't shoot her. But instead, it's always, well, it didn't happen like that. Do you really know what happened? Did somebody really shoot you? Is it bullets or is it glass? Nigga! If you're what innocent person talks like this? This ambiguity was there in his apologies to Kelsey and Megan as well. You apologizing but won't say why. Who apologizes without context? You apologize for doing something while you were drunk. Well, clearly you weren't smashing two friends while you were drunk. You never clarified what you did when you were drunk. You intentionally left that out. You apologized to Megan profusely, but you never stated why. And you didn't state why because the why was that you shot her ass. And of course you wasn't going to be stupid enough to incriminate yourself by telling Kelsey from jail what the fuck what you were apologizing and so sorry for. Of course, you weren't going to risk that because you know you've been to jail plenty of times by now. You are a repeat offender. You are a delinquent. So you know that those calls are recorded. They tell you that those calls are going to be fucking recorded. So you knew better than to get into the why and into the exact of what you did. And you knew that there was always a chance that Meg would share those goddamn text messages. So you were smart enough as well to keep the context of what you were apologizing for out. But what is all of this ambiguity? What is all of this vagueness? What are these goddamn parables? Like this bitch speaks in parables, 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 parables. I did not shoot this woman. Be as bold when you go to your IG live or you participate in these goddamn sister circles and you speak to the situation as you were on Twitter when you cleared Kelsey. Remember when you were so bold and so vocal on Twitter and you cleared Miss Kelsey? Like, remember? Remember when Spliff K said people saying Kelsey shot her and you said that's not true? Where is that same energy? Did your lawyer inform you that your slip was showing? So you had to straighten the fuck up? Because your slip was starting to show? What innocent person doesn't declare their innocence? I didn't shoot her. I did not do this to this woman. But just take it a little step further. What type of a righteous man withholds who did if he didn't? But let's get back to the sister circle. Shout out to Shig Smooth. Make sure you guys subscribe to him.
No, I know that that's not something that you're okay with. But I wanted to know if you understand why and what your actions, like how your actions led to the kind of poster boy, narrative that you're dealing with right now, which is that you're, kind of like a gaslighting, like narcissistic black man, which a lot of people relate to, especially ones that have been abused. They have seen that personality and the personality traits before, and they've seen you basically display these traits. And I just want to know if you are aware of why people are actually saying that, because I really think it has less to do with the actual incident and more to do with the follow-up. So I just want to open the floor to you.
Right, and just before you go, Tory, I just want to give you some examples just in case you are unclear about where we're coming from.
Okay, girl. See, shout out to the women on this panel who are attempting to like hooked on phonics this shit for this nigga, because they also see the pussy popping and the ambiguity and the vagueness and the all around the mulberry bush. And they're literally trying to like just illustrate this shit on an elementary first grade level. Like, girl, are you a visual learner, bitch? Like, sticker and multiple answers type test, girl. Okay, like we're trying to, girl, like we trying to set it up in the most obnoxiously obvious way that it can be, because once again, Tory talks and says a whole bunch of fucking nothing.
Me, I know it's like the going on live in the hypothetical situations. Even just now, what you saying, my lawyer is a black woman. Like, okay, I don't really know how is that supposed to like vouch your point. Like, your lawyer is a black woman. Okay. So it's those situations like that I'm just like my father is a pastor. Okay. Like at the end of the day, like she said, of course it's about the situation, but I think it goes beyond that, and it's just like, why are you dropping music talking about the situation? Why are you going on live with these hypothetical situations? Like, it's all of this gaslighting and narcissism that's really got people like, yo, what, like, really what?
Before y'all continue, I'm sorry, but before y'all continue, I just want to say, like you said, y'all never seen me in an abusive relationship anymore. Before, like, what does that have to do with anything at all? Like,
oh, shout out to these women. Girl, these women were keeping it absolutely straight up 100 with this nigga. Like, they were not shook that he was a celebrity. They was not shook that he had clout. They literally were getting to the bag, baby. They were getting to the basics. They were wanting him to make it plain and simple, girl. They are asking the questions that the people want to know. And shout out to these women for talking to Tory Lanez as a person. Because they were not shook by his celebrity, honey. I respect that.
He was never a killer until he killed somebody. Like, what the fuck that got to do with anything?
Exactly. What do you, allegedly never having done this to a woman before, have to do with what Meg is accusing you for? Because like all abusers, you have to have your first victim. Somebody gonna be your first victim. And allegedly it's Megan Thee Stallion, but not really, because you don't even want to talk about the shit that your ex-girlfriend done said. That you abused her emotionally and physically and emotionally, allegedly.
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time?
I said, you have stated that you like, we've never seen you in an abusive relationship before. Like, we've never seen you in this kind of light before. And I'm asking, what was that said for? Because a killer wasn't a killer until he killed somebody. So, like, what was your whole thing? Like, that doesn't make you not an abuser just because you haven't abused before. You got to start somewhere. What was
Thank you.
Confused.
Thank you. Okay, these the type of women we need to be protecting. These the type of women we need to be protecting. All these mammies, them hoes can go to Hades, okay? These are the black women, baby. These are women here, okay? Some mammy would have took this interview and used it as an opportunity to make Tory Lanez feel better about himself and to talk about how much of a hoe Megan is and how many inconsistencies she told in her story and how many bodies she got and how angry her temper is and how jealous she is and how she can't keep no friends and about how some mammy would have sat here, honey, and did the ultimate deflecting instead of getting to the motherfucking people's questions, honey. Get into the critical questions, honey. Asking what the fuck we all need to know, honey. These queens are asking him to make it make sense, girl. You making a whole lot of statements that ain't got nothing to do with nothing, honey. Whether you abused a woman prior or not don't have anything to do with the situation that you in with Miss Megan Thee Stallion, honey. And while you over here clearing Kelsey as a shooter on Twitter, honey, and while Miss Kelsey out here sending text messages citing you as the goddamn shooter, honey, and while Sean Kelly standing on the balcony, girl, talking about you got all type of goddamn flashcards and shit flying from your damn hands, girl, at 4:30 at night, baby. Okay? What one got to do with three other than equal 4? But we talking about 2 here. You and Megan. What's T?
And even in further, like, talking about, like, the subject, you got to realize that when even me saying, like, for instance, I have a black lawyer or my dad is a preacher, it's not that I'm gaslighting. I'm just giving you more background into what you're asking me. I want to give you more description so you can understand.
Ask that nigga, did he or did he not tell Justin Edison, who claimed that he came to the house to pick up Megan Thee Stallion's things, that he shot Meg and apologized to Justin for doing so?
I was guided by a black woman. It's like this black woman also understands that she's facing 2 different courts. There's a court of social media and opinion.
And you understand it too, which is why your ass sitting here in this interview.
Social people, and then there's also the
trying to clear it up in the court of public opinion, but they asking you about the facts, boo. Why all these people done put this gun in your damn hand, and why do you refuse to say that you ain't shot her? Why was the gun found closest to you, sir? Why 3 people calling you the shooter, girl? Are you going to address the beyond a reasonable doubt that people are using to incriminate you based upon all your other past criminality and all your other prior perpetuation of violence? You know we're not talking about Jesus here, Tory, right? We're talking about Tory Lanez. You, sir.
And at the end of the day, like, I understand that, you know, I think, to Ashley's question, I think everything just comes down to, it's just time. It's the matter of time that it took me to say certain things. It's the timing, and when I did finally find...
Talk about the master of deflection. This man ain't said shit. Just like he sat up on that 2020 IG Live for 25 minutes, calling himself addressing Megan's claims and ain't addressed a motherfucking thing. What are you talking about, girl? These women are asking you clear, cut, concise, 1, 2, and 3 ass answers. And what is you talking about? Does anybody know what the hell Tory Lanez talking about? They asked him about him, and he's in here talking about what Megan trying to do. Oh, she trying to clear up. They didn't ask you shit about what she out here doing regarding her name and her reputation. Those women asked you, what does you claiming you ain't never abused a woman have to do with Megan claiming that you shot her? Well, her and 2 other people. What one got to do with the other? He has yet to bring the rationale to the table.
My way to say it, which was through the music, it did come off insensitive, and I understand that people were hurt by that. And I'm sorry that
do y'all see how he don't answer questions? What in the hell does his response have to do with the answer? They just asked him what one statement he made got to do with the allegation that Meg making upon him. I've never abused a woman in my life. The woman asks you, why did you make that statement? What does it have to do with the current situation? Because you don't have to have abused a woman before to have abused that woman to abuse a woman now. And he did not answer the question at all. Matter of fact, he deflected to Megan and said she's out here trying to save face in front of 2 different courts. What the do y'all? I'm just showing y'all. This is what he do. This is what he do. And he did the same shit in his IG Live in 2020. He don't even talk in circles. I'm almost about to say he don't talk at all. I don't even know what the fuck he be talking about. He is literally so manipulative and knows how to fucking scapegoat out of questions. He brings Megan back up in hopes that they'll latch on to her. Oh yeah, because you know she was out here saying glass at first, and yeah, and she did tell the police one thing, and that's what they was hoping. But see, these women, they reading the room, bitch. They already knew who they were sitting in front of when they sat down with his ass. They came prepared for this. This is why they staying on his neck.
Sorry, you're doing a lot of separating language.
Period, Pooh. These women understood the motherfucking assignment.
And I think that it would even help if you would say, like, I was insensitive. Like, not it came off as insensitive, right? Like, own it.
But at the same time, earlier in this conversation, I did say there has been times I have been insensitive. I did own it. I didn't say, you know, I think it gets to a standpoint where it's like sometimes I feel like there's just a lack of what's seen as far as like emotion from me. Because I guess how I handle things.
Nobody gives a fuck about emotion. It's the lack of you exonerating yourself as an innocent person and addressing what Megan is talking about. Because you never even acknowledged a fucking shooting until it was court time, honey. Before that, it was Megan made this whole shit up, this Rock Nation ass narrative about a gun and a shooting and bullets was smoke and fucking mirrors. It was really fucking glass. But then the facts showed differently. And it's the lies, the lies, the lies, the lies. Now you can't even address questions head on because you spent a year and a half pushing fake fucking news and trying to make people believe that, yeah, there was really no smoking gun here, literally, people. There's nothing here to see at all. So you just deflect and pull the reverse Uno over and over and over and over. And I hope that one of these women take their goddamn heel off and threw it and Cardi B your ass in the head.
And, you know, if I don't handle things the way that everybody wants me to handle things, and it comes off insensitive, or if I am being insensitive in a way and not knowing.
Yeah, doing fucking diss videos to a woman that you now convicted for shooting because the evidence lines that up, that's demonic. Fuck insensitivity. Yeah, while a woman has been traumatized and got fucking shrapnel still lodged in her goddamn feet, and you decide to do diss videos and chop up goddamn horse legs and shit. Insensitive, no, boo-boo-boo. Demonic. Evil. Wicked. And the fact that your daddy, tired, ridiculous, Kenya woman marrying ass, got the nerve to be a pastor. You a pastor's child? But your daddy faking the funk, so I ain't surprised either. But boo, this is beyond insensitivity, honey. And now you about to try to trigger up and gaslight everybody else under this guise that you know, if it seemed, bitch, if it seemed, if you seemed insensitive, hold on. If it seemed, if you appeared to be that, really. See, Tory want his ass whooped. He want his ass whooped, baby. He want his motherfucking ass whooped. Oh, if it, you know, you apologize if it seemed insensitive. So we imagined the insensitivity, bitch. What does it look like to you, Tory? It shows seeming like you meant to do it. It showed seem like you meant to be insensitive to me. It shows seems very intentional, girl. Intentional affliction of emotional distress. He acting like, oh, we just gotta, you know, we just misinterpreted him tormenting and harassing and being insensitive toward this woman's plight. But went out of his motherfucking way to do diss tracks, diss videos, chop up and screw animal parts. And because he done played in our face, he mad now, y'all, because he done ended up like this. Straight goddamn scout. See what happens? See what happens when you play? See what happens when your bald-headed whole shit comes back to find you? Karma literally snatches your motherfucking wig. See what had happened, Tory? You went from thinking you was cute to getting your goddamn wig snatched, bitch. Now what had happened was what? What had happened was what? Girl, let's continue to listen, child. Don't get me out here to tell no lies, child. Hold on, honey.
Then, like I said, I apologize for that because that was never my aim, ever. You know, that was never my aim. And like somebody earlier said it inside of the conversation, I felt like at a point my back was to the wall and I wasn't able to go online and say certain things because saying, listen, I'm innocent, wasn't enough at a certain point. Just saying certain things that were too small or too subtle, and then not saying enough, or these things, I'm a human being. These things were things that played in my mind for 3 months, or saying something and my lawyer being like, why did you do this? Or whatever the case is, these things were things that I had to still play in my mind that I still had to go through. And so I get it. Like, you know, how I could come off and how it could have came off. But
okay, so
can I
were you
say
done?
something?
I'm sorry, wait, I just have this one question before it slips my mind, and this one we can go right on ahead. But I just want to ask you, okay, so never mind you being able to stand up for yourself. What about your friends that came on this platform and stood up for you and handled you in a poor lighting, and they were a poor reflection of you in a situation as well? What do you have to say about that? Because clearly y'all have behind the scenes conversations, and clearly he didn't get that conversation out his ass. So, like, what do you have to say about the people who quote unquote represent you and quote unquote are the closest people to you and are speaking like they don't give a fuck? Like Kelsey said that he's rich, so he don't care. Like, who gets like what the fuck is going on?
That was one of the most ignorant shit I've ever heard in my entire life.
Like,
and that made me look at, and to be honest with you, you're not talking to no dumb bitches. Like, you ain't talking to nobody dumb in this motherfucker.
Period.
Everybody got a brain of their own. So, like, what do you have to say about that?
And to go up T's point before you speak, Tory, like, and that got me thinking, like, you saying you get it, but do you really get it? Because, like, earlier when you came into the chat, it was like, well, not you, excuse me. Your homeboy was like, I don't even know why this chat is happening and what the hell y'all mad about, da, 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 da. And it's just like, well, sir, like, we have a valid reason to be mad. We have a valid reason to be upset. And so even when you're saying things like, well, if I would have came out and said I was innocent, that wouldn't have been enough. Wouldn't have been enough for who? Like, I don't think you really get, like, I don't
because he lying, because he playing in our fucking faces. He know exactly what the fuck he doing. He knows he's deflecting. He knows he's being vague. And we all know why he being vague and being ambiguous and why he can't make a emphatic statement. And it's because a guilty motherfucker could never. A guilty motherfucker could never just call it for what it is. I'm innocent. A guilty motherfucker can't say that because he knows that everything he say and does will be used against his ass in the court of motherfucking law. He know he a wrong ass motherfucker. Which begs the point of what the women are asking. So then what the fuck is even talking at all when you ain't gonna say shit when you do? You ain't saying shit, my nigga. Nothing. You should have took one out of Daquan's book and just zipped your motherfucking mouth and waited until Judgment Day. But now look at you, bitch. Scalped, ball. They done been able to bring all your goddamn lyrics, your goddamn music videos into goddamn evidence and all. Because you thought that your privilege was going to lean into your ass. Now look at you, bitch. Now look at you. Mouth wide open. Ashy. Ball. Raggedy. Shook. Look at you, bitch. Mouth wide open. Can't even believe the verdict, bitch. Look at you. Jaw dropped. Girl. No life in his eyes. This is what you look like when you fuck around and find out.
don't get the severity. Yeah, I'm actually going to say that. I don't think you get it. To be honest with you, I really don't think you get it. Like, I really don't. I don't think you get it. I don't think your homeboy get it. I really don't.
All right, well, first of all, again, you make a bunch of valid points. Like I was fucking Maury or something.
Yeah, that's what
I don't like the GC, bro.
Right there with Tom. Dude.
But it was like, I was mad just in the relationship. Like, I was in America, she was in Canada. Like, it was, you know, it's like one of those things where it's just, you know, you just expect more though, regardless. But it is what it is.
Do you miss Toronto?
I love Toronto.
I'm glad you do, bitch, because Toronto about to love your ass too. Forever, bitch. When you get deported to Toronto, you're gonna be deported forever.
Why you shoot Megan?
Whoop.
Oh my God.
Period. Protect that black man. They're talking about get his ass out. No, ma'am. Bring his ass in, honey. Protect this black man, girl, who just entered the chat. Honey, let me rewind that bike.
Why you shoot Megan?
Period.
Oh my God.
Kick that nigga.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Who said that shit?
Wow.
Just gulag it.
Who was next though? Yeah, but who was that? Like, why was he not?
I mean, because that's basically what y'all spent 13 motherfucking minutes doing, is basically asking his ass, why you shoot her? I mean, all this nigga did was just translate for y'all, baby. He just rounded that thing up to the nearest decimal, girl. Okay, he just rounded that thing up to the nearest number, girl. That's all he did. Get him out, no, but all he did was translate. He was the goddamn equalizer in the room.
Moderators. No one else can go by stage.
Yeah, like not just any of that. No more.
And guess what? Even though he was asked that straight question, he still can't even say, I didn't. Po motherfucking tank. Po motherfucking tank, boo. Po tank. Okay? Now, last but not least, there's some controversy going on with Papa Smurf, aka Tory Sr., aka Sunstar Peterson. And because he decided to make himself famous by showing his black ass in court, girl, blaming why his son didn't get nominated for Freedom on Beyonce and Rock Nation and Jay-Z and shit. There's some people out here spilling his tea. And those claims are very interesting, okay? But let's get into a little bit of a backstory about who Sunstar, aka Tory Lanez's father, is, okay? According to ohmygodvoice.com. Meet Tory Lanez's pappy, who is married to a Pygmisha Kenya woman, okay? Did you know what Tory Lanez's pappy is married to a Pygmisha Kenya woman? Did you know that? One would have never imagined in a million years that this singer's father has ties to Kenya. In a recent interview on Kiss FM, singer Tory Lanez's dad revealed that he has been living in Kenya for several years. Why, you may ask? It turns out that he has hooked up with the Kenya Pygmisha. Yup! See the pretty lady below? Gorgeous, isn't she? Well, back in March, there was rumors that Tory Lanez was expected in Kenya for a concert, but seems it was fake. Sunstar is an entrepreneur, author, husband to a Kenya Pygmisha woman, a conference speaker, plus who was born in Barbados. His famous son's song has been a hit in Kenya for a while now. How did the father meet his Pygmisha? In 2011, he made his way to Kenya for the first time. He had never visited Kenya before, but has been to Africa, so his visit was a cup of tea since he was coming to propose to his now wife. They had known each other for only 2 motherfucking months. Bitch, didn't I tell y'all? Didn't I tell y'all? Didn't I tell y'all? One of the first signs of a Pygmisha is the bitch is always ready to get married, baby. Okay? That's one of the first attributes of a Pygmisha, baby. Ready to walk down the aisle in the first 48 hours, boo. Want to get married the first year, bitch. She don't know your blood type. She ain't met your mama. She don't even know what goddamn size shoe you wear, baby. But what she absolutely know, girl, is that she is supposed to be your wife. Okay? Fellas? I know y'all love these type of women because they are the equivalent of indentured servants, okay? But this is not true tea, okay? 2 motherfucking months, bitch. It takes more time for the fat cells in a BBL surgery to come into full effect, bitch, than it does for a pick-me-shit to get married, ho. Bitch, even a sprung ankle requires more time to heal, baby, than the time that it takes for a pick-me-shit, baby, to hit it on down to Vegas, honey, and get married expeditiously. Make no mistake about it. 2, you heard it right, bitch. 2 whole entire goddamn months. He got American citizenship, and this bitch need a goddamn green card. An unholy matrimony. It is. He need a slave, and her ass need a passport. Talk about common ground. Moving along. It goes on, girl, to say that they knew each other through social media. And their first ever conversation went for 8 straight hours, and they fell in love from there. In March the same year, he came to meet her parents and proposed in June. They made it official and got married. Baby, the family said, take her ass. Because you know who's a Kenyan woman, who's a Pygmisha's husband before her husband? Her daddy is. Here she go, bitch. Sold her ass right on off into indentured servitude. Patriarchy raised her well. Things Sunstar likes about Pygmisha. Oh, Kenya. The beauty of Kenya, the people of this country and their hospitality. He confirmed that he's looking into the possibility of bringing Tory in, but in a different concert. Well, after the apostle, Sunstar Peterson made his appearance outside the courthouse on Friday, there were some things going on that hit the Twitterations, honey. And this came from Canaro's own on Twitter. Hold on. Checking on my food, you guys. Hold on. Hold on, you guys. What's the name of that damn? This was on Twitterations, girl, and this came from Canaro's own, okay? And they said, I distinctly remember a new Naroba Tory Lanez Skype party or something. Niggas brought tickets to go FaceTime the man as a group, okay? And then someone named the Timwork said, between 2019 and 2020, This man had convinced a huge section of MBI cool kid singers that he could organize features with his son. He was everywhere in this town. LOL. Dead face. So they are alleging that Tory's father allegedly was pushing around his community and using the clout from his son as a way to make money off of up and coming young talent under the guise that he could get them features and cosigns from his famous son. And allegedly he was taking payments in things under these false promises. And at first I was like, people say anything, child. But then there was this. I'm going to tell you why this is interesting.
Yo, what up, all my fans in Kenya? Y'all know what it is. It's the kid Tory Lanez. My dad is throwing an event. It's called Wired for Success. I want y'all all to go out there. Saturday, 11th February. It's at Shift Out Studio in Kenya. Y'all know what it is. And I will be also on like a little viral thing, answering questions for a little bit. So to all my Kenyan fans, be there.
Do you know why that's interesting? Not only allegedly was that a situation that Tory Lanez's dad was pushing around before it had any substance to it, but Tory Lanez finally jumping into the fray and joining in partnership with his father explains exactly why his goddamn daddy was so fucking angry outside that courthouse. He ain't mad at fucking Rock Nation. He ain't motherfucking mad at Beyonce and Jay-Z and the goddamn Illuminati. He ain't motherfucking mad at the criminal justice system. He mad because his goddamn son's sentence done disrupted his goddamn bag. Done snatched his goddamn bag, baby. Because he was about to make motherfucking coin off of all this untapped talent over in Kenya, girl. From all this young Kenya talent, child, that was about to sign up for these goddamn Kenya Idol ass contest and shit. And all that done crashed and collapsed in now. Because now daddy can't make good on those promises, which means that dad can't make good on that influx of coin. He can't make good on that goddamn cash now, baby. The cash cow has collapsed. And all of the business that was in place to do, girl, is down the wash. So, baby, he was mad as motherfucking hell, bitch. Mad as all motherfucking mad is, bitch. Do you know how much the American dollar is worth in goddamn Kenya, bitch? Do you know how rich the daddy thought he was about to get, girl? Just how much more richer he was about to get off of a son that allegedly he didn't even help raise? That's why that motherfucker and Miss Wakanda next to him was about to enter into goddamn contempt, bitch. You ain't been upset about shit else when it came to your son, bitch. You ain't hooped and hollered when they put his ass on probation. You ain't hooped and hollered, girl, when they put his ass on house arrest. You ain't hooping and hollered when they put his ass on a goddamn gag order. You know why, bitch? Because it was nothing to gain. You could give a fuck less. But soon as there was a goddamn situation and a potential and an opportunity to make money, baby, just when you thought you was about to cross the finish line and collect, go on your way too, boo, the universe said, The jury said, Nope. Not today, bitch. So now y'all have a better context, girl, of all that emotionalism and all that femininity that was coming out of Papa Smurf's ass on the microphone, baby, and Miss Kenya standing next to her, girl, because she was hoping that they would be able to upgrade from a mud hut, girl, to at least a 3-bedroom stone-walled house. But the universe said, So daddy was about to bust a goddamn cap, bitch, right there on federal ground, girl. Because him and Miss Tory, girl, was about to gather all of the talent of Kenya, girl, and put them through all type of goddamn salacious musical boot camps and shit, girl. Daddy thought he was about to cash out, girl, on his son's name, child. And now they back to walking 2 miles to a goddamn well for water. And he don't know what he gonna do because he middle-aged and he can't be over in Kenya having to hunt for his goddamn food, bitch. The universe said, it's a no for me. See how karma has it gives you a wraparound ass whooping, honey. Oh, nasty wraparound ass whooping. Bitch, pick Misha, girl, just knew she married into money, girl. She just knew she married into the goddamn American dollar, girl. She came over here on her I'm black and I'm proud shit, girl. She just knew. She wasn't going to have to use that bow and arrow and go out there into the wild goddamn fields of goddamn Kenya, bitch, and shoot at goddamn giraffes and shit from over the Serengeti, girl. She just knew retirement was dawning. And then the one true God said, What had happened, Miss Wakanda? What had happened? Why is God handing out all these damn no's to the Lanez family? Tory, you should have adhered to your last name, girl, and stayed in your damn lane. Why is the universe going all over this damn family? Why? What had happened, y'all? What had happened? Why God doing these people like this? The universe got Tory Sr., and Miss Wakanda looking like scout, bitch. Bank account, scout. Passport, scout. Citizenship, scout. Running faucets, scout. Central heating and air, scout. Why the hell did the universe raise the roof off this damn family's head, bitch, and set it on fire? We need some motherfucking water, girl, because it's burning right now, bitch. What had happened, y'all? I'm going to drop the motherfucking link. And you know what? I ain't even in the mood to argue today. So all the Tory Lanez apologists, girl, you know, If y'all need an AA meeting today, child, y'all can come and express yourself. I'll take it easy on y'all today, child. I'll walk y'all through y'all trauma. I'll walk y'all through y'all feelings, child. This is a safe space, honey. I know y'all have a lot of emotions right now. There's a lot of intense feelings and things, girl. I want y'all to know that y'all can cry and that we understand, baby. Okay? It's just been a big old misunderstanding, sugar. Okay? But I want you to hit the link and tell us all about it, okay? I just dropped the link for y'all. Okay? I just dropped the motherfucking link for y'all, honey. Hold on. Selling. Let's sell them salads and things. Around the corner. Hold on. Yeah, girl, 'cause they is upset out here, child. I don't want them to be upset like this, honey. Come tell us about it, girl. Oh, I know what I wanted to play too before we open up the panel, girl. I wanted to play my girl Pam because she explained what it is, deportation, and she also explained the sentencing because I had asked her in her live stream. Make sure you guys support Pam Esquire, the law intellect on YouTube, honey. She gives y'all that professional lawyer work, honey. Okay, and she also had flew on down to the ghettos of LA, honey, and got up into the court procedures and things. And she was also reporting loud, live, and in motherfucking color. Okay? And I want you guys to listen to her response to the 22 years and things. And if the audio is good, please give me a one in the chat. Audio was good, honey. But the people saying that his father is a scam because his daddy allegedly been going around for years trying to scam the girls out of their teens by promising them features and shit and FaceTime and meetings with Tory Lanez when those things were never fulfilled, honey, according to the community. Okay? According to the community, girl, he was right here promising young talent that he could get them features and get them meetings and shit over in Kenya, girl. And you know, people always go overseas, girl, to take advantage of the melanated folk over there because they the most gullible child. Okay? Y'all know what Nigeria is known for, honey. Okay? So that's the word on the motherfucking curb. So let me play her real quick, honey.
So yeah, I just so Conscious said, Pam, can you explain the 22 years max? Do you think he will serve full term when people are saying?
Okay, let me share my screen here. Hold on. And I'm gonna drop the link for y'all to come up and tell me what you think, honey. Hold on. I done fucked up. Okay, here we go. And once again, you guys, this is Pam Esquire, the law intellect girl, over on YouTube. Make sure that you guys subscribe and give her a click in the view. Of course, this is covered by fair use. Okay, even though I know that our residential lawyer does not mind me using a bit of her content. Okay, but I asked her, as you guys can see here in the super chat, I said, Pam, can you explain the 22 years max? And do you think that he will serve full term? People are saying it's excessive and doesn't fit the crime. Okay, let me drop the link again. Hold on. Let me drop the link again, honey. Happy holidays, everybody. This is Pam Intellect.
Excessive and doesn't fit the crime. How sentencing works is in the statute they have maxes and they have minimums. That's the max. Will he do the max? Probably not. But you have what's called sentencing guidelines. So they weigh your life. So do you work? You have a family? How much have you been in trouble? How old were you when you got in trouble? They do a whole memo on your life, and it goes to like the probation department. And based on that, they have what's called sentencing guidelines, which have certain points and then certain levels. So it depends on where he falls within the guideline. Where he falls within the guideline, of course, his attorney is going to say, we want to go to the bottom of the guideline. And the prosecution is going to go towards the top. They're going to argue this was egregious. He shot her, of course, that's what they're going to argue. So I doubt he'll get the max, but he does have enhancements too. So those enhancements for gross negligence may add more on top of it. So I'll be curious to see his sentencing memo, which will be coming up. He has sentencing January 27th. So that means they're going to have to submit sentencing memos, and we'll go over that to see where he's at with that. Some of the stuff might be redacted because it's so personal. But yeah, we won't see the actual probation report on, but we'll be able to see like the memos that each side argues as to where his sentence should fall. Yeah, Chantel said in every state is different. Yes. We have our own handbook to do our numbers and guidelines. And you can argue on whether certain points attached to it or whether, it'll be arguments on whether certain facts apply to this case or don't. So I think, Jeff said, I think he will get about 10 years with credit for time served. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I told y'all. So he got enhancements, and because he's a repeat offender and he is already so tied up in the legal system, all this is going to impact him. Okay? You're not talking about, somebody who's qualified for pretrial intervention. Okay? This is not, his first misdemeanor. This is not his first goddamn offense. So, he very well could get the max, or he could get somewhere in between. He could get half of that in probation, but all of his litigation and all of his violence, the way he operated within these 2 years of being out on bail, are going to impact him. Remember, he just settled out of court. Matter of fact, let me pull that up. He just settled out of fucking court. With Prince. Hold on. Okay. Remember, all this stuff happened in the past 2 years that his ass has been out on bail and facing gun charges, okay? Tory Lanez agrees to pay Love and Hip Hop star Prince in settlement over alleged nightclub attack. Tory Lanez has reached a financial settlement with Love and Hip Hop Miami star Prince over alleged nightclub assault after disgraced rapper's criminal trial where he stands accused of shooting Megan Thee Stallion begins in Los Angeles. RadarOnline.com has learned. According to court documents obtained by Radar Online, the pint-sized rapper's new attorney revealed the agreement with Prince as part of her plea to take the trial date off the court's calendar. In court documents, the attorney Gadisha Phelps said she was recently retained by Lanez and needed to catch up. As Radar Online first reported, Lanez was dropped by his last lawyer over irreconcilable differences. In recent filings, Phelps said that the December 5th trial is no longer needed. First, she said Lanez is busy defending himself as part of his criminal case in LA. The trial over the Megan Thee Stallion shooting started last week. Phelps said that the criminal trial is expected to last for a couple of weeks. Lanez faces 24 years behind bars if convicted. Further, Phelps said that she has information to believe that a settlement has already been reached between the parties, and Lanez has tendered funds to Prince to consummation of their agreement. Phelps asked that the trial date be pushed, move bitch, back in be pushed by 4 months to allow her to review the paperwork, and then she'll provide the court with an update. As Radar Online reported back in 2020, the 11 hip-hop star accused Lanez of 2 assaults. The first one allegedly went down at Live nightclub on December 8th of 2019. Okay? Almost, 2 months before the year he would allegedly commit this crime against Miss Megan Thee Stallion. Okay? Irreconcilable differences. Tory Lanez lawyer dropped. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, Prince said Lanez has attempted to engage in a verbal confrontation. He claimed the rapper then swung his fist and punched him in the face. We already saw that video last week. Prince said Lanez security then jumped in and continued to assault him. The VH1 star said he suffered blunt force trauma to his neck, chest, and back. He said the entire incident caused him to suffer physical, psychological, and mental distress. A year later, Prince said he encountered Lanez and his crew at Vendome nightclub. He said the rapper punched him in the face after encountering each other. Just like he did August Alsina, right? Okay? And once again, that litigation wrapped up literally within the same week he started his goddamn trial with Megan Thee Stallion. Welcome, Rashonda and Red Clark. I'm gonna get back to Pam real quick, and then I'm gonna let you guys sound off. So remember, this man he already had prior gun charges. He was already on a form of probation prior to the Megan shit. Gun charges, drug charges, the assault with August Alsina is what made the judge in the Megan Thee Stallion case put his ass on house arrest. Then he had them beat the hell out of Prince. It's just been going on, honey. Okay, so yeah, 22 years seems extreme for people who are not keeping the entire context of this man's offenses, both within the situation, outside of the situation, all the trouble he has been in other scenarios, while within this 2-year situation and litigation with Megan Thee Stallion. But Pam is about to answer another question, and then I'm going to let my panelists sound off. Okay? Hold on, let me share my screen once again here. Hold on. And thumbs up this video if you're new here. If you're in the building, whether you are a Bush Baby or live stream, please thumbs up. This is very important. Okay, let's finish listening here.
It was tiring. This was a bizarre case. I'm going to be totally honest. But like I was saying, when it came to the defense, I just feel like, me personally, it was a mistake. When you open the door for that interview, they asked for it in the jury pool. Like when they were in the jury room. Yeah. Okay, let me go back. I see Consciouztv had another. And will he be deported, then serve in Canada or do time on U.S. grounds, then be deported? How soon does he?
Okay, so I just asked Pam, will he be deported, then serve in Canada, or do time on U.S. grounds and then be deported? How soon does deportation start?
So typically how it goes is you do your time here. There'll be I'm willing to bet that the charges, deportation is based on the charges or the conviction, that you were actually convicted with. So I'm pretty sure this is a conviction that probably allows for deportation. You will have to get an immigration attorney for that to try to go through the nuances for that, but I don't see a reason why he wouldn't necessarily be deported depending on where he was born. If he was born in...
Now, at this time, Pam didn't know that Tory is a Canadian, and his violation definitely goes against his stipulations and that is what would qualify him for deportation. So he will be deported. I want to welcome Red Clark and Rashonda to the panel. Thank you for being here. I just dropped the link so you guys can come up and sound off. I'm not going to be here long at all night, so if you got something to say, please enter the chat. Whether you are a Tory Lanez apologist or a Megan Thee Stallion fan, doesn't really matter. You are welcome here to speak your opinion and your thoughts. Hey, Rashonda, your thoughts on shenanigans.
Hey, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, happy holidays.
You too. I wanted to say this. I've been watching this case and it's been a hot mess. But the thing is, you know, everybody has a responsibility on how much they drink, whatever they decide to do. You know, you got to take some responsibility when you're doing that type of stuff.
So you're saying he was born
Because, you know, you putting yourself and the people that you love in harm's way as well. Now, Tory has been getting in trouble for a long time. And, you know, him basically didn't help. I guess he thought he was invincible. He thought things wasn't going to happen to him. And when you're in like you have a certain way of doing things. You get what I'm saying? It's like you have to be mindful of what you do and say because people follow you. People basically look up to you. And he really thought that nothing was going to happen to him. And now he's facing not only his freedom, but, you know, him leaving the country. And now they want to fuss and fight and all this stuff. But where was the parents and different things when he was doing all this crazy stuff? You see, something's not making sense with it. They wasn't there when he punched August in the face. They wasn't there when he had all these other charges. But now that his freedom is being took, you know, they want to rah-rah or whatever. But it's a lesson for everybody. You know, your freedom can be snatched by just doing irresponsible and just crazy stuff that you don't have to do. That didn't even have to happen. You know, even with Megan, that didn't even have to happen. She didn't even have to go with him to do all of that. So basically, they're both of their careers in jeopardy. Not only their careers, other people that's involved, and people need to think about the choices that they make and that they decide to do. You see what I'm saying? Just because you got liquor and you drinking and all that stuff, it's good to have a good time, but you gotta understand, you know, you risking your freedom, your life, all of that. But people act like they don't really care. And, you know, once the reality hits, then they'll understand then. Because, I mean, look how much time he is facing. This is serious. And this can happen to anybody. That's what folks don't understand. So, yeah, you know,
I agree.
It's just one of those things. People need to make responsible choices when they're deciding to do these things.
And what's the point of getting filthy rich and filthy famous if you're not gonna sit your ass down somewhere? The whole point of even coming into success is so that you don't have to struggle and you don't have to be out here doing ghetto ass shit. So the fact that men literally get this rich and this famous to still be for the streets is really insane. So then this is about something else then. The fact that we have Young Thug in prison and his squad. We have Lil Wayne and T.I. in and out of the criminal justice system as celebrities. We have Mystical in prison. We have Sean in prison. We have so many in and out of the criminal justice system as famous men. So this ain't about poverty then. This ain't about simply making it out of the hood, because these niggas take the hood with them. So this is about something else for these men. This indoctrination, this socialization, this trauma, this or as my boy IG like to say, this same gender lovingness is really real, even for straight men, not in terms of sexuality, but in terms of these men are grossly obsessed with what other toxic men think of them. And even though they have the means and the resources to stay away from this community of people, they still go out of their way to seek the validation from the most toxic of our culture. They still want to be respected and seen as gangsters. They want to be seen as these toxic alpha males, and they're willing to put all that they've worked for and all that they could potentially do for their family, which is financially liberate all these goddamn people. They're willing to put all that at risk just for the validation of other men. Other men. That's very homoerotic in nature. They're homoerotic in nature.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then another thing, why are they trying to prove another man what they need to be doing with, their family or whatever? Because at the end of the day, they gonna have to deal with all of that. Their homeboys not gonna be there when stuff go down. You see what I'm saying? Or the people that they say they down for not gonna be there. They gonna let them sit in there and laugh at them. It's not cute when you sitting in prison and you got to beg for your freedom and you got to beg for just different people to help you and stuff.
And you gotta fight, and you gotta fight for your damn virginity.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's like they want to be up in there. I saw something that was on TikTok. The man said, "Free me." He has a phone on TikTok talking about free him for Christmas. I'm like, really? What did you do to this? That was crazy. I saw it today. I was like, don't supposed to have no phone in prison?
And you know, Rashonda, that all that money, all them album sales, all that money he done made, now he gonna have to spend that. He gonna have to spend that on the inside to keep Big Dick Derek from keeping his big dick out of his ass. Now he gonna have to use that money for the sake of protection because they exploit celebrity men. They exploit celebrity men in prison. They take advantage of these type of men. They tell them, hey, they be in cahoots with other prisoners. They make the celebrity men believe that other men are going to take advantage of them, and other men are going to try to initiate them into gangs, and that other men are going to do harm to them. And then, of course, you're going to believe that in this type of environment, and then men like Tory have to end up being paying these men to keep other men off them, but these men don't even know that the prisoners are in cahoots with the men that they're claiming are going to be problematic for them. They completely triangulate around men like this because, of course, niggas in jail are trying to make a living too. They're trying to get to the bag too. So he's going to be deeply exploited while he's in prison.
Right. And then another thing, he don't have, they said when he was in the courtroom, he didn't have a face. It's like he was just stone cold face, meaning he had a poker face. Basically, he just didn't act like he didn't care. Because he knew that he was going to go up the river. You see what I'm saying? It's like, if you don't have no remorse.
We got some audio issues.
Can you hear me now?
Your audio is going in and out, Rashonda. I'm gonna let you come out and go back in, boo. Let me drop the link again. Hey, Red Clark, welcome to the platform.
What's up with it?
What's going on? Merry Christmas, happy holidays. What?
Merry Christmas, man. Merry Christmas.
How you feeling about it? It's a lot of outrage. A lot of Tory Lanez fans are upset and they are pissed. And this has become now about Tory Lanez versus white supremacy and this excessive sentencing and all of that. Do you feel like Tory Lanez is even going to serve for 24 years? Because that's only the max. His
No,
sentence hasn't
like,
even been handed yet.
no, I don't. No, I don't think he's gonna serve the whole 22. It's just like you said, it's just the max.
Hold on for a minute.
And as
Hold on for a second. Red Clark. A rumors in tea. I sent you a message on Instagram, boo. You gotta check your messages. I explained to you what happened in your messages. I cannot undo that on StreamYard. StreamYard doesn't allow us to undo it, but I explained to you what happened. You probably saw your avatar stuck up here. I was trying to get it unstuck and all of that, but check your message and you'll have to make another account like you did the last time that you came on. So just use that account to hit the StreamYard link. But yeah, just check your messages. Go ahead.
But no, I was just saying, like, yeah, he's probably not gonna do the whole 22. He's probably give him like 8 to 10, get out probation, probably still be banned from the United States. But as you know, Conscious, and as some of the Conscious community know, I am a Tory fan. Tory Lanez. I'm a fan of Tory Lanez music. I'm a fan. So, and I will also tell, but I'm here to tell other Tory Lanez fans, we cannot be upset about the verdict or whatever it is. We have to zoom out from a macro perspective and see that, hey, our guy really brought these things upon himself. He needs to sit his ass down, and like I said on I think it was Reckless last stream. God has a way of humbling you if you don't humble yourself. And through the things of Tory's life, he's had example after example to to undo the wrongs in which that he made, but he didn't. And even if he didn't shoot Meg in this situation, he's being charged with it because of the other things that you did that you didn't undo. That's why it's like how my grandma say, if you make this bed, you gotta lay in it. It's one of those type of scenarios. And also too, when you spoke on these successful men being successful, still acting like, they acting like they acting ignorant, they're acting belligerent, they're acting, and I feel like partly it's because these yes men they have around them, the lack of a support system that you need somebody around you that don't give a fuck about your money, but he's feeding all these people, so they're gonna be more reluctant if they ain't no real nigga, reluctant to tell him, hey man, like you tripping, because the possibility of getting cut off. Fuck all that, bro. If you see your brother fucking up, man, like as a real nigga, as a real man, as a real friend, as a real person, you should tell them. You see what I'm saying? Be like, and it's up to you as the successful person. Hey, everybody can't come out the hood with you because just because you change your hood mindset, that doesn't mean the people that you brought up with you has too. So there'll probably be, well, not just him, but if I'm successful and I know what I'm doing wrong, but everybody is enabling me, that's gonna make me second guess what I know is wrong. You see what I'm saying? So I feel like it's just a lesson I learned, because how I feel about it, I learned from the situation. I learned from it. So when I'm successful, be diligent of my support and critical of my support system, and make sure I don't have any enablers around me. And when I'm around someone that is successful, one of my friends, Red, do not enable these people. Give a fuck about if they cut you off, they look at you different. because it's in my spirit is good because I know I told you the right thing, even if you do cut me off. Blood isn't on my hands. That's how I feel about it. So that's why I say, like, as a Tory fan, I can say yes, he his ass down, contemplate on his actions, on his, not only in this situation but his prior situations, and hopefully sit down and have a conversation with himself, with his higher self, to be delivered from these type of constructs and mental blockages that is enabling him or impeding him, ascending to a higher plane. And not to keep rambling, but like we talked about his dad too. And just like we talked about in these generational curses, generational things. Like his head is on that fucked up ass shit, on fucked up shit. He or that little boy that was in the courtroom witnessing this to break these generational curses. As I feel, so I feel like if you get 22 years or if you get 10 years, hey man, like take your lick, you know, and leave it up to God, you know. So yeah.
So let me ask you about Megan Thee Stallion. What do you feel like the takeaway is for her?
I feel like her takeaway could possibly be Megan. Well, first, from Megan, don't be so quick to latch on to people, because when you latch on, like you know about energy and spirituality, and we easily attach. Attachment is a thing, but you have to be mindful of the energies that you attach yourself to, because it's like a light and a moth. Moths are attracted to light because they yearn for that energy, or they want that energy. But they can also be pesty. So like pets. So you have to be mindful of the energy, the company that you keep, man. Boom. Also, from a integrity standpoint of your friend, if this is your friend for 12 years plus, I don't know how long they've been friends or whatever, but for an ample amount of time, you have to have more loyalty and more respect for yourself, and also for the ones that you deem your friends or your family, or the people that you deem you love. So don't let the fame and being so quick to work with people, or being so quick to be seen next to Kylie or next to any artist. Just believe in yourself, believe in your own artistry, Megan. You don't have to. You see it, and also I met like a lesson of the industry can be very fickle. It's a lot of dark magic that goes on in these spaces, and you have to be aware and familiar with it, to not be consumed by it, because once you're consumed by it, you are in the limelight in a situation like this. You see what I'm saying? Even though she's the victim in this situation, if you were to ask her, I feel like she didn't even want, like she wouldn't even want to be in this situation to be viewed as that. You see what I'm saying? If we can reverse the hands of time. So yeah, like I feel like it's a takeaway for all of them, man. Like all of them. So that's what I would say to that.
Yeah.
Kelsey too.
Do you So what about Kelsey?
Kelsey, because if it is true that Megan has done this multiple times, well, not this specific thing, but has been with men that she's been with. Hey, Kelsey, just because this is your friend, and maybe she's paying, she got got the breadwinner. You can't, and that's another sign. I feel it would be safe to say that's another sign enabling. Like, okay,
Hold on,
okay
Red
for this
Clark. Is it
behavior.
just my audio? Hold on. Is he breaking up to anybody else? Or is it just me? It might just be me on my end. It sounds like you're breaking up bad. Can you
Yes.
hear him, Rashonda?
Yeah, he's breaking up.
You're breaking up? Okay. Oh, you sound kind of robotic, Red Clark. I thought it might have just been on my end.
Let me.
Okay, I'm gonna let you drop and come back in, Red Clark. Welcome to the panel. I know you have also got some audio issues, Rashonda. Welcome back to the panel, Miss Williams. Your thoughts on the situation at hand?
I feel sorry for everybody involved
Mm-hmm.
because, especially Tory, because he couldn't let go of the hood mindset. The reason that Meg lied, she couldn't let go of that hood mindset. Fuck what people think. You still could be a hot girl and a bad bitch, and your feelings could have got involved. Maybe you was fucking dude and you liked it. Yeah, y'all fought, whatever it is, what it is. Keep moving. But I feel bad that they couldn't live in their truth. And that's for everybody involved.
Okay. Oh, hold on. Okay. Okay. So I got some questions for you. I'm gonna let Red Clark finish what he was saying about Kelsey, and then I'm gonna
Okay,
go
I'm
back to
sorry.
you. No,
y'all hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Continue.
Am I better? Like, can y'all hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes.
Okay, good. But no, with Kelsey, what I was just saying with Kelsey was, if Meg has crossed you over 1, 2, 3, 4 times, however many times it was, I'm not sure, but it's like if she has done this and you haven't addressed it, or you just it'll be okay because maybe she's put money in your pocket, or maybe she's better your situation in a way that you feel like this is excusable behavior. No, Kelsey, it is not for anybody, not just Meg. Like like just because so because it's like that is enabling that behavior in which that she is displaying to you. You see what I'm saying? Without, hey, this isn't right, or hey, I can't. If you continue this type of behavior, I can't be friends with you anymore. Even though we known each other, you gotta be able to detach yourself from different things that don't benefit you. And I'll tell her also, hey, Kelsey, watch the company you keep and watch the guys and people that you associate yourself with. And I would tell them all this. Watch the people in the company that you keep around. Make sure these people have your best interest, your true, genuine best interest at heart. Once you get an inclination that these people don't have your best interest at heart, even if it's something grandiose and or minute, be aware and note it and move accordingly, because if you don't, you're going to put so much energy into something that is going to happen. Something is going to just going to pop. So much pressure that's going to pop. And this was a situation of the poppage of the pressure was this situation, because they all could have got out of it in different ways before this even got this far, but they didn't choose to look at the signs, neither of them. And I can only speak from deeper perspective from Tory as a Tory fan. He didn't take the proper and I can sit here and say no, he did not take the proper precautions to set his soul free of the bondage of the bondage of certain mindsets, certain ideals, certain behaviors, certain traumas. And you got to sit down and think about that for yourself. They all do. especially after this, for sure.
Anybody want to respond to that?
I think what Red is saying is basically they didn't know how to live in their new environment. They didn't know how to use that new environment for what they needed it for. And please correct me if I'm wrong. Even being from the hood, I'm from the south side of Chicago. But where I live
I'm
right
from
now,
Louisiana, baby. So I feel you.
right. So I was raised in a neighborhood called Inglewood. Right now, I live in a different neighborhood, which is totally different from where I grew up. I took, as far as I'm concerned, what I needed from growing up in Inglewood, from growing up seeing the dead body at 5 years old coming back from the store in the alley. I took and was able and was blessed enough to took what I experienced there and use it differently as far as going to school in the South, obtaining my master's degree, working for the government. I cannot be in certain situations, in certain environments. Certain members of my family I can't even be in the car with.
Mm-hmm.
So I
So
understand we can get together and we can chill at mama house, but nigga, I ain't going nowhere but you going down the street.
Facts.
like I told people, you have to when you at a certain place, you have to move different. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yep.
You can't be, oh, I'm gonna hang with my homies in the hood. Oh, I'm gonna do this and
Nope.
that. Because at the same time, you're gonna end up getting caught up and you end up taking the fall for something that they did. And they'll be somewhere laying up chilling. You know how many
Mhm.
times people have said I did something and I was just an innocent bystander. So I know
Mhm.
firsthand. Yeah, so and so said she did. I ain't did nothing. And I'm thinking to myself, why would you even throw me under the bus for something I even did? But I think it's another factor to this. I just thought about something. It's more than that. Uh, could it be that Tory has a complex with women? Because you got to think about it. He it's like he say he love women, but then he disrespecting them at the same time. Think about what I'm saying. Like he
That
say
could
he
be
love
true, but I think he got more of a complex with himself.
as well.
Well, can I just say this to the and hey y'all, happy Merry
Mm.
Hey,
Christmas
happy
and Happy
holidays.
Monday.
Merry Christmas.
Hey y'all.
Merry Christmas.
I just want to say this because I hear a lot of these are young women who are still in their 20s, a young man who's still in his 20s, but I see all this empathy for Kelsey and Tori about watch your back and watch your friends. Let's start. Number one, they weren't in the hood. They may have come from a hood environment. Megan pulled herself by the bootstraps out of it. That's number one. Number two, black femicide is dropping down from 5.5 hours. Doesn't matter where you're located in the world. You could be in the
Mhm.
hood, you could be in the suburbs. If you
Mhm.
watch Investigate Discovery, if you watch Lifetime, those true crime stories, your position in life doesn't matter. It should not
Mhm.
dictate whether you are victimized. And that's the problem that we have in the black community. We are unable to empathize with victims because when Shanquella Robinson's story came out, the first thing everybody ran with was that, oh, she was drinking. Her parents said she don't drink like that. How would they know? We do certain things when we with our friends. Then it was she set
Mhm.
somebody's friend or cousin up, and then it was, oh, she stole somebody's boyfriend. We tried to re-victimize Shanquella, and she was in the ground. When in the
Mhm.
black community, when we had a drug epidemic, we made fun of crackheads. When that drug epidemic hit the white community, oh, you had rehab centers popping up everywhere. You had legislations popping up everywhere. You have doctors being held accountable, pain management centers being closed down because they didn't like to see that in our community. We are way too comfortable was blaming the victim, and that's why our cases go unsolved. We are way too comfortable focusing on the actions of the victim, but it only seems like there's a problem when the victim is a Black woman, because we can empathize, like I said the other day on this panel, with all of Jeffrey Dahmer's victims who went to his house willingly. We can victimize that. We can understand them. We can empathize with that, but we're so focused on, oh, well, Megan did this, Megan lied. They lied too. Committing perjury is a lie. Shooting somebody is wrong. Wrong is wrong. Right is right. They're in a white neighborhood doing, like, Megan got shot. I don't care who Kelsey slept with. She's married now. Megan celebrating 2 years with Partisan. She's happy now. So who she slept with doesn't matter, especially when there's so many women out here who are coming home with wet drawers and empty pockets, don't even have proper pussy management. These young girls are doing a lot better than us, if you let me tell it. So can we get off of this?
But man, I got a question for you though.
Mm-hmm.
And like, would you say being a victim and taking accountability are two mutually exclusive things, meaning they can't exist just because all right, example, if I'm in a hood and I wear a like $100,000 worth of chains in this hood and I get robbed or I get killed, I am a victim of that crime. However, I have a certain accountability to know of knowing I shouldn't go here with these. That doesn't negate me being a victim, though. Is what I'm saying. Like, just
I think accountability can only happen if you're doing something out wrong. If you have $100,000,
not really though.
So they were doing something wrong because it was quarantine and their asses should have been in quarantine. So if they hadn't been out there, this wouldn't be happening right now. So they shouldn't have been out partying.
That's not necessarily true, because that could have happened indoors too.
You're right.
During quarantine, you had even, that's when those femicide rates skyrocketed. That's when those femicide rates skyrocketed. And at the end of and that's what we have to move away from. We expect victims to be accountable. I lived in a hood. I ran track. I went from school to track practice to home in my tights and my track attire. I'm not going to hold myself accountable because somebody decided to rape me. I'm holding that person accountable for.
That's not the same thing, though.
That's not the same thing because you had a track event.
That's not the same thing.
No, it is. Because you know what track girls wear? Do you see what we wear?
I ran track, but I'm saying, like,
hold on, man. Before y'all go down the rabbit hole, let me just make this simple. Let's kind of try to stick to the Megan situation. So I think maybe what Red Clark or maybe some other people are saying is, because I would agree with false equivalency. Where is the accountability on behalf of choosing a toxic nigga and then passing that nigga on to your good girlfriend, and then violating your good girlfriend, and then like if we all know his history as a perpetuator of violence, if his shit is all out there for us to see, if we know all his business, then like his like, where is that? Like, if you know that a nigga is no good and then you choose to get with a no good nigga and then he gives you an STD or he cheats on you or whatever the case may be, can accountability go both ways? Not that accountability is going to be the same thing for both people, but that there is accountability on both ends.
I can agree with that. I can definitely agree with that. I can definitely, but then it's that olive branch. It's like having a tree that has different branches. That accountability, that goes into the culture of how our community operates. That seed that was planted and how that tree was nurtured. That accountability goes from each branch. That branch extends. It's going to extend out into our community. Who had impact? How was this cultivated? Who nurtured this type of environment?
But the problem with that, Kiki, is that people are using that same argument to justify what Tory Lanez did. The way he was socialized, his culture, the signals and the cues that he was raised under, his life experience, his lived experience. They're using that same psychology and that same sociology to also make sense of Tory Lanez behavior.
But see, and I have a question. I have a question. So basically, what would happen when he punched? I guess that was excuse for when he punched August Alsina too. You get what I'm saying? So it's like,
well, that's not what I'm
trying
saying.
to say.
Though. What I'm saying is if you're gonna have accountability there and you're using that same pathology, that pathology has to be dual. Sometimes it may be looked at in different perspective and different lens. That pathologies can't just apply in one place. Right now, you have people who can see two sides of it and apply that pathology. You have people, and for the most part, everyone's seeing things one-sidedly, but then that negative piece of it is that they're steady blaming Megan for what happened to her. So you can have that pathology, but you have to look at it holistically. It has to apply across the board. And that's the problem that I have with it. Because we hear all this conversation about Megan. It's so loud, the conversation we're having about Megan, where we see these things happen on a day-to-day basis, and that's a problem. From the situation that actually happened to Megan and the discussions that happened behind it. Thankfully, there's a verdict. He was found guilty, because a lot of times it's not found guilty. But we see this happening far too often in our communities, where people are just looking at it. Okay, I'm going to apply this pathology here so I can empathize with this person. But that victim, oh no, I'm not going to apply that same pathology.
Miss Kiki, I'm sorry, was that your name, ma'am, that was just talking?
Yeah, Kiki says, yes, ma'am.
Okay, nice to meet you. What I'm saying is, I felt sorry for all of them. I know that Meg was shot. I'm glad she got justice. But what I was saying initially is that people need to use their environment. When your environment is no longer the hood, you have to move differently. And yeah, I could have went to Kylie party if I was mad. And I could have had a good time. And even if I would have called Tory to come over there, we could have had a good time. But I wasn't leaving with that nigga. I was going to call somebody for a card because who he has shown himself to be, I want to be in the car with him. Because, yeah, I can party with you and chill with you, but I'm not going to be stuck with you out in the street. That's what I'm saying.
And I can understand that too. And that's why I started with their young kids who are, to me, being an older person, they are young kids, and you're kind of getting your footing at that point in time. And then we have to remember the whole pathology of a narcissist. We know what we see in the public, but there was one young lady who said that young man is charming. How that young man is charming, and how and that energy that comes in there, what we may be able to discern as, and I don't know, you may not be in the same age group with me, but just being able to discern after having certain life experiences and knowing who I can and can't be around, understand that. Like, it's even with hearing how Megan kept wanting to get Kelsey and get Tory, hey, we gotta go. I grew up in an era where if we go somewhere together, we leave together. Or even if we're friends, the whole neighborhood, we're walking home together. Like, you may not come with me, but I know we're going in the same direction, and our mamas know each other. We're leaving together. So I can agree. I can definitely get what you're coming from that perspective. But at this point, it's just frustrating. It's infuriating just hearing it so much, and all this, hearing this so much, all this empathy for Tory Lanez, but then that same type of mindset and frame of mind is not being applied to Megan, especially when we see these things happening on a day-to-day basis, and we have so many victims that are trapped in their closets of victimhood because they're afraid to be re-victimized if they step out of it.
And that's what I want us to be careful to not do, is to conflate the two issues, because this is a public situation, and this is a situation that didn't happen within a vacuum. There is sociology and conditioning and all these societal things involved that lended itself to this situation, that it's important for us to use this situation in its entirety.
Right.
Like for the young black women, for the Megan Thee Stallions now, who are, for the strippers who are leaving the club with these type of men, for the Megan Thee Stallions of the world who are looking and seeking the Tory Lanez, this is our opportunity to also pick away at the toxicity that they may not realize is embedded in their attraction toward these type of men because this could be their outcome. What was terrifying
Absolutely.
about what happened to Megan is the fact that this could be my little fucking sister. This could
Right.
be my, little cousin. This could be, my aunt. This could be any woman, any young woman that I know, and it's scary to think of her in a situation like this, and it's scary because I understand the conversations and why they sound frustrated because I'm frustrated for the same reasons. I remember my I always kind of tell the story about how my grandma, she had I'm burping, I'm eating good over here. She had,
I can tell what you eating though. I can tell you fucking that shit up.
Macaroni, fried chicken, collard greens, candy yams,
I'm hungry.
Potato salad, and the teams.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, I just got a point.
Piccadilly, ain't it?
And look, I'm mukbanging right now. So, but I always tell the story that there was my 19-year-old cousin who used to live with my grandma. She had came out into the kitchen and she had on these very form-fitting tight jeans. And the first thing that my grandma said to her was, "Girl, you need to change your pants." And my cousin was like, "Why I need to change my pants?" And she was like, "Cause you don't want to attract the wrong type of man with them things." And I had immediately corrected my grandma, and I was like, "That's not
right."
You got to be careful with that conversation, grandma. I understand what you're saying, but on one end, you cannot burden women with being responsible for what abusers do or what men do or what they will or won't do. You just can't burden them with that. You have to hold men fully accountable for their actions upon women. At the same time, we know that an abuser doesn't give a fuck and doesn't have politics and doesn't have a morality.
Right.
And doesn't care. And so my grandma looking at it like, if she goes out of the house and she encountered the wrong group, she's at the wrong house party, she's around the wrong type of guys, they're gonna use the way she's dressed as consent. They're going to decide because they perceive her as dressed sexy that it means that she's consenting to sexual advances and she's consenting to sexual attention, and that's not the case. But so my question to the women on the panel and even the men, Red Clark here, so what do you tell women who are in danger in this society, who are being preyed upon, who and you have this culture of men who are looking for every type of consent there is aside from a verbal one. They're looking at the way you dress, they're looking at the shape of your body, they're looking at the way you're dancing on the dance floor, they're looking at the fact that you're even entertaining them at the bar. They're using all of these things as a coercion. How do women protect themselves from that? And is there a conversation to be had about women wising up about the fact that they are prey inside of a predator's cage?
Oh, we definitely have to have that conversation. I think we have to have that. We have to let them know, and even men too, because we're starting to have that conversation now a lot more amongst young girls, young adults, and grown women. But even for our grown men and our young boys, it needs to be a all around conversation because it's a lot of predators out here. And it's so weird because you get older, you have this life experience, and you realize, oh my God, this world is not this place I thought it was. So it's a hard conversation to gauge, because if you go to some of the sites and groups that they have that talks about people being exploited or essayed in a certain type of way, no matter what they wear, what's going to happen. But if you are in a high risk situation, we can definitely talk about, hey, this is going to put you at risk from A to Z. If you have family, I know I loved having my uncles around and letting me know certain things, especially when you got good folk around sharing certain information with you. I loved it because it kept me on my P's and Q's. I bet you every woman on this panel was told, if you put a drink down, don't pick it back up.
Yeah. Mom tells us go to the club. I want to say something real quick.
I have
I want to say something real quick too. For black women and just black men and women in general. What I've noticed is growing up and dating. I'm 24.
Hold on, bro.
I've been around the block a little bit, but I've
Hold on,
noticed
bro.
that. Yeah.
Hold on, Dazzle. Rashonda, it's some feedback coming from your phone, boo. It's very loud.
Okay. Let me see. Can you hear me? Hold on.
Yeah, I can hear you, but when you're not talking, it's like a staticky type of feedback.
It's a little bit better now.
I'm not gonna be able to tell until somebody else probably starts talking.
Okay then.
Okay. I was saying like what I've noticed. I'm 24, so I'm not old, but I'm not young either. But what I've noticed in dating and just meeting different people is a lot of these people, their parents did not tell them no. In the house that I grew up in, I was told no a lot. I was told, no, you can't eat that. No, you can't drink that. No, you can't go there. No, you can't do this. So I learned no. So no means no. And my dad would always tell me, if you keep asking me, then we're not going to do it. And a lot of these people, a lot of black people, they don't understand no. A lot of these black boys don't understand no because their mommies are bathing them and they think that they're their boyfriends instead of actually being a parent and raising a son and just telling them yes, yes, yes all the time. So then they grow up to be these big baby men like Tory Lanez and don't understand the word no. So I want a lot of the moms out there, especially black moms, to stop trying to be your child's friend. Stop trying to, and I'm not a parent, so I can't speak from experience, but I'm only speaking from what I've seen. But stop trying to be your children's friends. Be a parent first.
I agree with you, and I'm a parent, but I absolutely agree with you.
Yeah,
I
and
want to
then
add to that.
I wanted to say this too. I have been out.
Hold on. I want to get the other panelists who just came in it.
Okay.
Real quick. Dazzle.
Hey, Conscious, how are you?
Hey,
And
I'm
hi,
awesome. How are
everybody.
you? Hey.
I'm
Hey,
great.
what's up?
I'm having a good Christmas. I hope everybody else is as well.
Yes.
Just based on this topic, I kind of feel like I can talk about, because I'm 32, about to be 33 now, but I've experienced all that coming from like black males, in my neighborhood and stuff like that. Growing up in my early 20s, is it part of the environment? A lot of it has to do with the environment, but also when it comes to us black girls, a lot of times, like, I can agree with people said on the panel as far as like when you come together, you leave together, don't pick up certain drinks. I mean, have discernment with certain people. If you know that dude is a hood dude, like, for instance, like, I used to date people who wanted me to sit on the block with them. Like, why am I sitting on the block with you?
That nigga ain't give a fuck,
And I
bro.
know you sell drugs, and I know you got beef. Why do you want me to sit on the block with you? Things like
Yeah.
that. Like, you have to literally have discernment. And, a lot of times, when you start looking at stuff and analyze it, you don't see it at the time because you're like in your early 20s and you just want to have fun. I
Right.
mean, heck, some people feel like, it's a little rush, it's a little bit of danger and stuff. But hindsight 2020, you see how that person didn't care about you. So my only thing is, you can't change the world because that's a lot. The only thing you can do is change how you move. So what I would say to younger girls is to have discernment. Look at the lineup. How they lining you up? Are they lining you up to fail? I mean, if they, like I said, if they're asking you to come over and they just want to chill with you on the block with their homeboys and stuff, or if they want to, it's just certain stuff. If they always want to have sex with you as soon as they see you, it's like, say for instance, I met guys that the first date they want to be touchy touchy. Don't feed into that. Don't give them nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Stay away from dudes like that. Matter of fact, if I was in my early 20s and stuff, again, it's a lot of people I wouldn't have been dating. Like, a lot of
Right.
people I dated anyway passed away because of gun violence.
Right.
They locked up. So, I even been a victim of gun violence because of who I was dating. So,
Right.
so
Sorry to hear
it's
that.
a thing of, it's a thing of having discernment, and listening. And a lot of times, when you're younger, you don't want to listen because you don't want to believe that these people are who they are. And then as you get older, you realize that people ain't ish. So
Right.
I kind of feel like we just need to, put the cheese on the cracker and just really be honest and be like, well, look, you don't need to be around these people. You need to tell yourself that. You don't need to be around certain people, certain men, because obviously they do have toxic masculinity. And if it's you or them, they're going to always pick them. So it's like you're never going to be protected. So you always have to protect yourself. You always have to use discernment. If you know that you've been, and I had associates who used to hang around dudes after a certain time. You know that they on the block and they doing whatever they do in the hood and they got hood beef and stuff. Don't be outside with them at 2 o'clock in the morning. Just don't. I mean, it's
Mm-mm.
just certain stuff. I mean, I don't know if it pertains, but I'm just telling, like, I would tell people that. Just use your discernment. Stop. Think about you first. Don't think about these men. Take a cape off. Don't think about them. They don't care about you. Obviously, Tory Lanez don't care about neither one of these females.
Mm-hmm.
Because at the end of the day, he shot one and then blamed the other one. So that lets you know how he really felt about them women.
Blamed and beat the other one.
Huh? Yeah, he dragged the other one. He dragged the other one by her scalp and then blamed her for the shooting. So that lets you know he ain't ish.
Do y'all think he deserves 23 years though?
I think he do, and I'm gonna
Yep.
tell you why.
Let
I
me know.
mean, do I? I mean, because I'm gonna let you know right now. To me, I feel like everything is gonna be fair across the board. Megan got her justice, and I do believe that they're gonna give a fair sentence to Tory.
Hmm.
But to me personally, I feel like, it's a couple of reasons why I feel like that. For one, it's the manipulation of the media for me. Because a lot of people are going around with these false narratives based on certain people who they listen to, and that's not even real journalists. They don't have a degree
Hmm.
in law, or if they do have a degree in
Right.
law, it ain't that particular type of law. You see what I'm saying? So
Right.
it's
It's like
like
tax
you're
law. They
listening.
do tax law.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you sitting here listening to people and they're giving you little things like I'm trying to figure out like if Megan had a good day in court. You're not gonna really report that, but what you are gonna report is something good about Tory, or you just gonna re-emphasize, whatever Megan did with her body and her being a bad friend. Which is I do want to add that neither one of them were good friends towards each other, if you ask me, because I'm like this. If I First of all, I'm still stuck on the fact that Kelsey called another dude that she was talking to, and people are missing that as in
Right.
like Tory Lanez wasn't the only one that she was talking to. How can Tory Lanez be the love of her life, and how dare you take my man? And she was talking to somebody else. That doesn't make sense to me. So that means that basically Tory Lanez was for everybody, and they was just having their fun with him.
Well, I
So
think
if
Kelsey and Megan, I think they were one of the, some girls, they get down like that. They take men down together as friends. I think that's the type of thing
See,
they
that's
have
what I
going
think.
on.
I can see that.
Because then we
I
on the
can
Yeah.
see
same
that.
page.
Yeah,
I
Because
can
we
I've
were
see
on the
that.
always
same
thought
page.
that.
They was
I
taking
know
dudes
friends.
down together.
I know what certain friends do.
That's the
Yep.
thing.
Certain
Yep.
friends, they tag team. They be like, oh, what is hitting like and everything else like that. They in their 20s. They having fun. They having a hot girl summer. So they
Look,
doing a
that
lot
is
of
a thing.
Yep.
Being in a sorority, I'll tell you it is a thing. But
It is a
continue,
thing.
sir. I'm
And
sorry.
being a
It is.
guy, it is
It
a
is a
thing.
thing.
And
Mhm.
I just feel like I don't care how bad I fell out with a so called best friend. What I'm not going to do is go. I don't care. I don't care what no one says. What I would never do, and you guys to do the worst thing ever to me, and I don't feel like having sex with Tory Lanez was the worst thing ever. I just don't. But I feel like I would never, if even if we fall out, the one thing I'm not going to do is get on the stand and try to lie. and I know something happened to you. I'm not gonna do that. That just showed her character too. And I
And she
think people miss that
perjured
too.
herself.
Basically, so you call Megan a liar, but she's a liar too.
And
But
she
we're
can
not
go to
gonna talk
jail for
about
that.
that.
She could go to jail for
But
that.
Yeah, they
do
all
y'all
have
think
flawed
that it has
characters.
more to do with Kelsey's husband being in that
Bingo.
1501? But see, that
Bingo.
makes her less of a good friend too, because basically you fall out
Yeah.
with me, and now all of a sudden we supposed to be best friends. If you fall
And
out with me, oh, now you want to be a transformer with my ops. You want to sit there and lie on the stand.
and that
You
prosecutor
want to
dropped the
connect
ball
the
with
dots
that.
like Voltron. You want to do all these things. That lets me know that you had harboring resentment for me. And I remember, and you know what? The other day when I was listening to Conscious, where he was talking about, well, you know what? Now y'all call her fake and mixy. Guess what? She should have been fake and mixy.
Right.
That's what it looked like to me. It really do look like that. She should have been.
And
Because
speaking of
honestly speaking,
the 1501 thing, I personally think the prosecutors dropped the ball on that, because if they were smart, they would have asked about that. Like,
Mhm.
are you affiliated with the label that she's in litigation with? Because that would have had a lot to do with everything.
Right.
But they didn't want to do that
yeah,
because
I mean,
the prosecution didn't want to do that because she was their witness.
That's true. Yeah.
right.
That's true. I forgot she was their witness.
Key
My
And
witness.
the
bad.
and the lady with the I can't see your name, with the pink rose that was talking before I hopped on the panel. You did mention
Yes,
something about
Miss Nancy.
not being able to hang around certain people. And I do believe that's a key point that we need to stress to younger ladies. I don't care how old you are. Look at your friend group and
Yep.
look at your friend group that's around you. If they're not on the same wavelength as you have to cut them off. Listen, if they grow and they prosper sometime in the future and they change and they shift, fine. But at that moment, you look at your friends, and anybody can tell you which direction you're going to go in. So you definitely have to look
Yeah,
at your
I mean,
friends.
you know what? And I just want to add on to that too. It's so funny how we was just talking about Shanquilla, and now we're talking about Megan, and
Hmm.
then it's like it's all about looking at your friend groups, because
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure in your 20s you're not really trying to think that hard about it. You think that they're cool. They look, you know what? They out here chilling with you. They turn up with you. They not really showing, as far as you know, you're in this thing of they mess with you. You know what I'm saying? But then, something like that happened, and then hindsight 2020, it makes you start looking at everything. So everything is okay. Well, how did they act when this happened, and how did they act when that happened? I feel like Kelsey
Hmm.
had some harboring resentment towards
Yep.
Megan that she didn't even talk about. And if you was really 100, if you was really a friend, you would approach me about it.
Yep. And to add on to that
So
friends thing, I used to hate when my mama used to say, "I don't like that person. You can't hang around them." I couldn't stand it. Even if I went to my best friend's house when I was a kid, her parents, and we'll bring somebody over, her parents like, "Y'all, we don't want y'all around that little girl. You can't hang out with her."
oh my
Wh-
God, I used to cry. I
wh-
used to have a best friend. I used to cry because my grandma used to call her trash. And she would tell me, you hang with trash, you going to become trash. Or she
Yep.
used to be like,
Lay
and she
down with
used to
dogs
say
and
all
get
these
fleas.
things. They be like, she was so, and I'm like, she's such a good person. Hindsight 2020, I had been friends with her. And as I grew up, I realized everything my grandma said about that girl was true.
Right. Sometimes
We're
you may
no
not like
longer
what your parents.
friends.
Right. You may not like what your parents have to say, but if you can run it by, or that auntie, that messy auntie, bring that friend to a cookout and let that messy auntie get a hold of her. She gonna tell you.
Yes.
You may not like it, and just eat the same way that you got to ease yourself out of a violent relationship. You got to do it nice and quietly from a person like that, because you'll end up in a bad situation. So bring them around your messy auntie or your mama and them, and they're gonna tell you. If you got brothers,
Hmm.
if you got cousins that you're cool with, if you're on a team like track and field, the boys and girls normally really close. You bring them around your teammates and say, "Hey, like, listen, here's so and so," and you let them get
Yes.
a little pick of them, so you know who you're around, because it can be fatal. Don't put your life on the line for no. It can really, really be fatal, and you don't want to get set up, because you have women out here who adopt that toxic masculinity as well, and
Can I
they'll put
ask
you in
a
the
kind
same
of a
situation.
question though? Can I ask
Hmm.
a personal question? Um, what if you try to tell someone, okay, this person is no good, and they're trying to make a pass at you or something like that, but the person doesn't want to listen, and then they resent you for telling them. You get what I'm saying? So I done been in all kind of situations where I done told people, hey, this person no good for you. They end up hating me. I'm like, okay, well, that's fine.
And you know the worst thing about it with the Megan Thee Stallion case, I had listened to certain vloggers and bloggers that were like, well, you know what? It all happened. Nothing would have happened if Megan didn't sleep with Tory. About how so and so was back. I'm like, okay, so what you saying is, in order, basically, you're just basically saying that it was okay for her to get shot. And I'm like, why are people listening to this? And why are people like taking this in and saying that it's okay? And I'm like, no,
I don't
y'all
think
so
people
worried
are using
about.
that as a justification, but I think some people like to look at situations and look at the buildup of what led up to X, Y, and Z. Not saying I don't think anybody deserves to be shot, but when you do rookie moves and things, sometimes things do happen and you become a victim. I put
Oh no,
myself.
no, no, no!
I
You
put
know,
myself.
what the real problem was?
I put
They
myself in
didn't know who they were hanging around.
exactly, and that's where that's the rookie
Period.
move. That's a rookie move, and when you do things like that, you can become a victim, and that's not blaming anybody. That's just simply saying, look at your actions, look at what you're drinking that night, drugs that you're taking.
But
Look,
everybody's drinking, so because I'm drinking and not, and because technically what they were saying is everybody's acting a little off. So my actions, it can play a part of it, but it ain't the whole part.
no, it's not the whole part, but it does.
Because it's just like an argument. It takes two people to argue. So just because I'm acting the way I'm acting, that don't mean everything needs to happen to me. Or everything is going to build up to happen to me. It's the way other people act and respond, or whatever the case may be too. And I feel like when these people say those type of things, they take the accountability away from other people.
Yeah.
And
I ask, I believe Miss Sparkle, you were the one that said you were 24.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, I have a question for you. Being that in the Shanquilla Robinson case, even with Meg the Stallion and Tory and Kelsey, being in this particular age group of like 25, 26, is there an issue with a lot of the, I don't want to say morals, or just, let me explain this better. For instance, earlier, I think Kiki made a comment about some people maybe close in our age range. Me, I'm in my early 40s. We came together, we're leaving together. I
Yep.
flew in from Chicago to Nashville to meet 8 girlfriends for a bridal shower. We went to downtown Nashville. We had 2 Ubers. We all went to the club together. We all went back to our house we were sharing together. That's the way we did it.
Mm-hmm.
And now it seems like, where is it? And some of these people, y'all, I haven't seen in over 10 years
Mm-hmm.
since before we left college. So we still have that certain closeness.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what's going on now as to where these young women are not riding for each other like that. And
Well,
that's only an assumption. I'm sorry, I want to put that on y'all age group, but that's only, you know.
well, I
These
get.
young women are not riding like that for each other because they don't know what real friendship is. A lot of and when I'm saying that is a lot of times they're living in a chaotic situation that they're just working on impulse. So I feel like their environment is a little chaotic. So I feel like their responses to people and everything else like that is on impulse. And a lot of times, like they don't want to admit it, but it's just that they, you know, it was impulsive. They ain't really care about the next person's feelings.
I think
And
it's
that's
about
just on
acknowledging.
every step.
Yeah, I think that it's about acknowledging that there's a certain aspect of the culture that's completely toxic, and everybody under it, regardless of gender, takes on a
Mhm.
toxicity. as a result of participating in
And there's
that
a lot of
culture.
jealousy. A lot
Yep.
of girls are jealous.
And I want to add to this end too, real quick. I think that's some of the things that go wrong with the conversation around like where Megan takes responsibility is probably because a lot of the hosts don't frame the conversation correctly. So I think that it has to be a matter of making sure that when the conversation around Megan comes up in the context of all of this, that you're separating the shooting and more so now addressing the morality on everybody's end, whether that's Kelsey's end, whether that's Megan's end, whether that's Tory's end, because Tory was just as much of a sleaze dog and a manipulator in the situation. He was willing to smash two friends who he knew had a close relationship and had close proximity to each other. He weaponized what he was doing with one of those friends when he needed to deflect. It led to catastrophe. Meg, for whatever reason, thought it was okay to break girl code. And I don't even think Kelsey was upset over Tory. I think she was literally just upset over the trust issue being a sore spot for them again. If what Kelsey is saying is true, that this isn't the first time that Meg had slid on her when it came to a dude. And so there was already that wound that was already present in the relationship. It culminated all under drunkenness, egos, information brought in immaturely and for the sake of the ego. And then you get this big ass mess. But I do think there's a way to address Meg without victim shaming, because on some friendship to friendship shit, Kelsey better than me, because after the first time, that would have been it. She would have never had another opportunity to violate me in that way. We would have never made it to 12 years of friendship. We would have never made it to 10 years of friendship. That's why I also feel like Kelsey was clout chasing in the situation, because I feel like she wouldn't have put up with this from no other woman. But I feel like because of the trajectory that Meg was on, and then obviously what Meg came into, is why she kept putting it aside, because she was thirsty. She wanted the same thing that Meg wanted as well. She wanted a career. She wanted to make lots of money. She wanted to travel the world. She wanted a sense of significance. And there's lots of social equity that comes with being famous, or with being famous or popular. And I feel like that's why and you can see the pick me should leap out of her, even when she took the phone call from Tory and was willing to meet up with him the next day at her hotel with the driver, even though he had just beat the hell out of her and shot her homegirl. And the thirst was really real here. And I'm just like, y'all all are so low vibrational, it's sickening. But just because y'all all are low vibrational doesn't also mean that what Tory did was fucking right and that he should get away scot-free just because they're all low vibrational. Because what Kelsey and Megan did was non-criminal offenses. So yeah, if there's a conversation around how tacky Kelsey is, or Meg being untrustworthy and being a man stealer and like, and I think that's where a lot of viewers get it conflated at. They keep comparing apples to oranges. Like, if you want to address Meg, you have to make that separate from her being shot, because it's a false equivalency to compare her sliding on her friend to her deserving to have a cap put in her ass. Like, you can't run that conversation together. You have to be emotionally intelligent enough to understand and accept that what Tory Lanez did was wrong and it was fucking criminal and it could have costed this woman her fucking life, and he absolutely deserves to be penalized and to be held accountable. And you can also have the conversation around, well, what's going on with Meg outside of the shooting? What's with her relationship to other women? What's happened in her experience? Where does she need to grow the fuck up at? Where does she need to mature at? Why is she doing this to women that trust her and to women that she thinks, I guess, loves her? And then you can also address the superficiality of Kelsey, who literally, as far as I'm concerned, was clout chasing like a motherfucker. But I think that people try to like invalidate the shooting by addressing where Megan fell short as a woman and as a human being. And I can understand why there's pushback, because that's literally what victim blaming is. Like, some of y'all in the chat keep using false equivalencies. You keep saying because she's a hoe that then, or because she slept with Tory behind Kelsey back, that it means it's okay. Two things can be true at the same time. A prostitute can have trauma and internalized childhood trauma that led to piss poor decisions or to her exploiting herself, while also knowing that nobody deserves to kill her as a result of her being a prostitute.
Right. Absolutely agree.
Both of those things,
Yeah.
and two
And I
things
want to add to that.
at the same time.
And I want to
Yes.
add to that too. I do feel like this though. When it comes to Kelsey, when you said that she was like, "Oh well, this is not the first time Meg has done something." Here's what I kind of feel. I kind of feel like this. I kind of feel like, okay, if someone, when you was like, "Oh, she's a better person than me," I kind of feel like it's this thing of, okay, I'm your friend, but just on the lesson of friendship, am I really being my own friend if I know that I don't like what we're doing? As in, like, I don't like the fact that you're talking to whoever I talk to and this, that, and the third. If I don't like it, then I don't need to be partaking in it in any type of way. These are things that should have been addressed, but yet and still she harbored it. And then she pulled it out conveniently. That's how it looks after a while, because after a while, to me, if you are accepting certain things like that from someone else where you just have to, like you said, she was clout chasing. I kind of feel like you accepted it to a degree. So how can you be so upset and so mad that she's such a fake person? And she showed you who she was, if that's the case, and you accepted it. And if you're going to accept who someone is, how can you call them a
And guess
messed up
what?
person and fake?
If Tory Lanez was Daquan working at McDonald's for $9.25 an hour, her ass would have never took a fucking phone call or met up with his ass at the hotel the next day.
Nope.
Or whatever. Like, this, she adhered to Tory because of the caliber of man he is. And she was even willing to put all that shit aside, just like she did in her relationship to Megan, willing to put all that shit aside. What she just, and it goes to show you how extreme it is for Kelsey, because Megan at least doubled down and cut all them niggas off and drew the line. Like, she drew the line. Like, she drew the line in the sand. Like, fuck you niggas. And then eventually, eventually spoke her fucking truth, and then she put both feet in. But Kelsey, girl, he
No
just
pun
shot you.
intended.
He just beat your ass 2 hours ago.
Right.
He just shot your friend 2 hours ago. Your friend, what? You met up with him physically at the hotel to talk about what happens next. Like, are you okay?
Who else knows what happened at the hotel? Tell me what type of friend is that?
The power of clout and the power of fame and the potential for money and the lust of that lifestyle has to be intoxicating.
That's why I can
Clearly,
see why people believe Kelsey did it. I see why people would believe that, just because, what do they say? A crime of passion.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. It wasn't that passionate. I'm sorry.
So,
I'm
but I don't
sorry.
think she did
The
it.
reason why I'm saying that is because I look at it like this. You're okay with all these things. Y'all having this hot girl summer, you're okay with all these things. You're actually dealing with other men at the time. And you so upset about Tory. I understand that the clout chasing and everything else. But you know what I'm saying? Nah, I don't think she did it.
I just wanted to say one
Nah.
thing before I get off of here. I appreciate the fact that we all as adults can agree to disagree and have a beautiful conversation. And thank you, Conscious, for allowing us the platform to do this as well. Because with our society now, we've seen that it's hard for people to have varying opinions and still, be cordial and talk at normal volumes and
For real.
Wait, before you go, young lady, before
Yes.
you go, look at your circle. You hear me? And if somebody tells you that you think you too good, tell them thank you, and you keep it pushing. You understand me?
Thank
Don't let nobody try to dim your light because people will tell you that as you grow. Don't let nobody dim that. You
Thank
keep
you.
Yes,
going.
Lord.
Okay.
Yes, Lord.
Absolutely. I don't know if you saw that video of the two little girls, and the one little girl say, the mama asked, "What those girls say to you?" The little girl said, "Well, the little girl told me that I think I'm all that, but I told her I don't think I'm all that. You think I'm all that, but we still them girls." But
Period.
keep that
Look at
energy,
those
keep that energy.
microaggressions. You know what microaggressions are? I swear to God. Imagine you do something wonderful in your life. Call every friend of yours and tell them some good news. The minute
Mm-hmm.
that they start acting a little funny, talking a little funny about your good news, cut them off.
Yup.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I
Period.
had a lot of
Because they
friends
hate you.
that my
Mm-hmm.
mom warned
They
me
don't like
about
you.
them. My mom warned me about these people in like kindergarten, first grade, and it took me till like my junior year of high school to fall out with all these people. They were all fake, and I believe that had I still been friends with those girls, I could have been
Mm-hmm.
a Chanquilla Robinson. That's why when that story happened,
Mm.
I felt it because my mom would always tell me like, oh, like that girl would probably kill you, or like that girl's not your friend. So
Oh,
Yeah.
matter of fact, let's
Mm.
keep it 100. You could have been on your little bit of bald headed H stuff a little bit, but you ain't deserve all the extra stuff. And you find yourself in court and you find these fake friends testifying against you because they ain't never really liked you anyway.
Right.
Mm.
It was a girl, and it's a girl right now doing time in a Jersey prison. She went to a pool party with her friends. It was a couple of them got a hotel room and went to a pool party down South Jersey. Her one friend pushed her into the water, knowing that she couldn't swim. She was
Wow.
close enough to the edge to grab it. When she got out the water, thinking that her friend knew how to swim because she pushed her in, she pushed her friend in. Her friend ended up drowning. And so now she's sitting in
Mm.
jail because she thought she could play this game
Wow.
with her friend.
I do want to
So,
add that somebody in the chat said it's not just friends, it's family as well.
oh, yep,
It,
it
it,
should have
it's
That
been.
is
most
a
definitely
fact.
family, though, because they have the closest, like you value their opinion the most. They're your family. So they have
Mhm.
the easiest access to hurt you.
And
Mhm.
it's going to hurt worse.
Mhm. Yep.
So shit, blood don't make us kin.
And
got that right.
young man, the one that's speaking right now, what's your name?
My name is Red. Well, my
Red
name is
question.
Kirsten, but you can call me Red. Whatever you want to call me, as long as you call me back.
Red question for you. Have you
What's up
ever
with it,
gone
man?
out with a group of females before, like a group of women before?
Of course.
When you go out with your women friends, before you go out, do you lay down any rules with them or tell them like certain tidbits that they should, hey, listen, when we go out, don't be doing X, Y, and Z because I ain't got time for the BS. Like, what would be your pointers for any woman at any age? Because there's a lot of women who I'm in my early 40s as well. There's a lot of women that I'm realizing didn't get to go out when they were younger because they may have become moms or had some other stuff going on. And so
Hmm.
they're going out now and they don't know certain rules. So, like, what
Yeah.
rules do you give your female friends when y'all go out somewhere?
Well, and I have, I'm an older brother to a younger sister as well. So I've been out with her and her friends. I've been out with just a group of my um girl friends or whatever. And the biggest thing is staying like don't the basic ones, like don't sit your drink down, don't go anywhere
Yep.
alone. I don't care if it's the bathroom, like go to the bathroom together. Don't be conversing with guys that show predatory, like guys that can't read social cues. These are dangerous guys because I'm a type of guy. If I'm trying to holler at you and I can tell that you're not fucking with me, I'm gonna fall back. And that, but a lot of guys, don't be so accepting of drinks. Don't be trying to, a free drink, free drink. No, like I'll buy you a drink if you want a drink, or we'll get a drink. Don't because I know as a guy, they're looking at it as an investment. Like I'm investing in you. Like, so I need some ROI. And if you ain't finna give it to me, if you ain't finna
That
give it to me,
$7 drink,
if you ain't
$15
finna give
drink.
it to me, some niggas sick enough to take it. So don't be so, you like you mingle, converse, but don't be so friendly to the point of, because you don't know who watching you, and you probably be talking to, just conversing with different people because you're probably a social person, but that could be deemed as, oh, well, look, she a bop, she talking to everybody. So don't be so readily ready to give your energy away to people that it goes back to discernment. I just pray. Well, I affirm that they have discernment before we go, and I'm telling them these things that they are, so they can be cognizant of these things when we're out, and whenever I see them deeming from that path, when we're out, I'm there to be like, hey, look, like, if they finna go to the bathroom, I'm finna go away. Hey, I'm sitting at the table. Put your phone on the table, because you can go in the bathroom or go anywhere, lose your phone, sit your phone down, or niggas roguish. Niggas will steal your shit. So, let me hold that down. Your purse, clutch it. If you're not gonna clutch it, set it right here on the table, because I'm not gonna move from this area if it's some shit like that. I'm alert if it's some shit like that, because I understand the dynamic of how things go, the good and the bad. And also just from the dressing standpoint, I'm not here to tell a woman what to wear and what not to wear. I'm just here to give a perspective as a man of how not not me as a man, but how just general men would view certain things. So you can wear what you wear, but I'm here to tell you, if you was to wear these are the possible consequences in which that would come to that. Not that I'm telling you what to wear, but just be aware of how you will be
I get
viewed.
that. I do want
I
to add to that
understand.
though.
You
I
see what I'm
like
saying?
that.
When
So
you wearing certain things, of course you're going to get certain views. But I also feel like at the same time, if someone was going to look at you like that, they was going to look at you like that anyway. So
yeah,
I do
Yeah.
want to
I agree.
agree with you. It's all about discernment, though. I
Yeah,
would
I
tell
agree with that as
people
well.
at a certain age that's going out here, live your best life, have fun, laugh, dance. You know what I'm saying? If you want to get a drink, get your drink. But like you said, just use discernment. That's
And
all.
like the man said, Red, I like that. I had a friend from college my freshman year. He was the type of dude that if he went out and he met a girl, and if even if it was his girlfriend, like if she was drunk, he would not have sex with her, you know. So I want a lot of men to take, a lot of men and women, but a lot of men to take that tip. If you think a woman is inebriated or
Yeah,
or whatever, don't have sex with her, because then the next day it could be some BS, you know.
yeah,
So
for sure, for sure, for sure.
And off
protect
topic, I
yourself.
know the young lady said live your best life and dance. Can we learn some more dance moves? I know the one young woman, she's from Chicago, so you know about house music. I'm from Jersey. I know
Yes.
about house music. I know about DC go-go, all that. So we know how
I'm
to
gonna
Yes.
be
dance
in
and we know
Jersey
how to
tomorrow.
dance.
You know about TTV. You know about
All right, baby.
TTV. You know about reaction.
I'm gonna be in Jersey tomorrow. Shout out.
Yes, but like we know how to dance. Like I can go to a Jamaican party, know how to dirty wine. I can go to a house party, got that mean two step. Like, can we do more than twerk? Like, let's
Everything
really.
ain't twerk. Everything not twerk.
Right.
I say
Like
live your best life. If you want to do the robot, do the robot. If you want to do the electric slide, do the electric slide.
Yeah, see,
You
like
want
I'm
to do
from
the
the south. We
cabbage
do a lot of
patch.
line dances. You know what I mean? Like we do a lot of
right.
the line dances and Zydeco and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm from Louisiana, so yeah. But also but it's interesting that you say that because like staying in New Orleans for a little bit, like it's embedded in the culture. Like you'll see like little kids like, and I'm like, damn, like if I had a daughter, like I wouldn't want her to, be. And I know it's a part of the culture, but it's like some things I feel like aren't inappropriate because I know it's sickos out there that'll sexualize that,
Mm-hmm.
and it's sad that we live in a world that you can't have fun and dance how you want to dance, or put your kids on what you want to put them on because it's it's people that's out here that really are sexualized that, and it's sad that we have to be, it's sad that this is a conversation. You see what I'm saying? But it's the
It
world in
has
which
to
that we
be.
live in.
Right. And that's what we have to be more cognizant of. Like we have to, if we're gonna live our best life, we have to know what lurks there. Like if I'm going to walk a trailway, I'm gonna go hiking, I need to know, okay, are there bears on this trailway? Do I need my gun or do I need my bear spray? What do I need if
That
I'm
is
going in that
Both of
direction? Right. And if
that's
you get to the
crazy.
Mhm,
That's crazy because like I'm getting in my 30s now, so
mhm.
it's kind of crazy that we as people when we're younger we don't really realize stuff, but as we get older we realize that people are crazy.
Yeah.
Yep.
People are crazy.
Mm-hmm.
They're off the chain,
They're
Yep.
zombies.
and like I live in DC, right? So in Southeast, we have St. Elizabeth, and a lot of the outpatients live on MLK in Alabama and stuff like that. And it's like, it's crazy. And you're wondering why people snapping at you or people doing the most, or people just acting just straight up ignorant for no reason. It's because people are crazy.
Right.
And I
And
don't mean to call them crazy, but people are off, and you have to protect yourself at all times.
right, and it's so weird because I know that we say that we live in it's the times that we live in, but I remembered again being an older person that we weren't allowed growing up to sit on a man's lap. But
Oh,
no one
absolutely
right,
not.
right, and nobody
Absolutely
explained
not.
it in
Mm-hmm.
details to me. It wasn't until I got older that I understood, and I think that as whatever your tribe is, you have these discussions with your tribe because I realized once I got older, oh, that's why. I'm like, but that's my papa.
Mhm.
No, no, you
Mm,
don't sit on
mm-mm.
a man's lap, period. And so I realized the meaning behind that as I got older. And so long as you got to be aware. You have to be aware.
Hmm.
And that is so, uh, that brings up things because my father died maybe 3 years ago, and I found out some things about him that
Mhm.
I had never personally experienced.
Mhm.
And I'm just like, whoa. So that
Right.
really happened. My father was really a perpetrator of XYZ.
Mhm.
And thank God I was watched. My mother watched, or my older siblings were always hovering. And now
Mhm.
looking back on it, I'm like, oh, so everybody knew
Yep.
and they were trying to protect me. And of course, I didn't know anything until he died.
Yep, and what was that? The Derek Jackson wife call it the armor of Christ. Like this conversation is
Uh-huh.
the armor that people need when they go out in public when you have to deal with other people because not everybody's being raised the same way. So you need that armor. Hey, this is what I need to be aware of and not walking out into this world so oblivious to the things that are happening. White, black, purple, orange, man or woman. Like these are things that can actually happen. And if we have these conversations more frequently, especially amongst, your people you come in direct contact with, I think it'll save us a lot of the heartache and a lot of these debates that we're going through that we're having right now online as a result of Meg the Stallion. And I know I mentioned to everybody the other day, hey, if you don't carry, carry. I am a Second Amendment like
Me too, baby.
person. But you got to remember when you pull that thing out, and this is why I believe Tory should be punished. The moment you pull out your piece, you have
Mm-hmm.
to understand what comes along with it, legal or not. Hey, these are the ramifications that come along with having this gun. To get a gun, you should understand your rights. So as a person moving about in this world, you need to understand everything that's going on around you, even if you believe you're not in those spaces or circles, because the devil comes in many forms. So like, he comes in many
Speaking
forms
of
and he's
Tory
very charming.
Lanez, like I didn't like how his father, after the trial, was screaming and yelling
Oh,
about God and stuff like that. And I'm like, God got pulled out of it where your son recklessly pulled out a firearm.
And that's what I
And
was.
I'm like, how can a man of God, say, I mean, because, like MLK said, injustice one place is an injustice everywhere. I mean, basically. So when your son was assaulting people for no reason because they didn't acknowledge him, how come you were
Where
not
was God?
screaming
Yeah, and that's why I
around
was
that time?
earlier about how these parents, they don't tell their kids no. But my thing is, okay, so your son can just go around the streets and mollywop people and do whatever he wants to do, but then when the jury comes
And
down
that's godly. That's
you
godly.
you want to stand outside the court? Like, come on now. Like, you can't pick and choose when you're going to be right and wrong. You get what I'm saying? Like, if his daddy and mama had raised him properly and told him no at least a few times, then he wouldn't. This is just my opinion. He wouldn't be out in the streets doing what he's doing. But obviously, he doesn't have parents who believe in accountability.
And I
Okay,
feel
well, I'm
like
gonna give you a good example. Like, I got a good story.
go ahead.
So I read tarot. I'm a tarot advisor, right? So I got a family member of mine that only connected with me. And I didn't realize it at the time. I should have realized that. She only connected with me based on the fact that she wanted to read tarot. So I taught her how to read it, and she abused it in a way because she couldn't really understand it because she was abusing it. And then she mixed it with the Bible and everything else like that. So she decided that she wanted to be a Bible thumper. So she comes to me and she's like, "Oh, I will have blood on my hands if I don't say this." And so I'm like, "Okay, I already know what this is, but what you want to do?" Well, you're going to hell. Basically, she basically told me I was going to
what?
hell if I read tarot. And I was like, okay, well, your favorite best cousin is Muslim. They don't believe in Jesus. Through Christ, that's the only way you're going to heaven. So do you think your cousin is going to hell? And she's like, no, I'm not supposed to judge. As a Christian, you're not supposed to judge other people's beliefs.
Nah, but that
So I'm like,
see.
why are you judging me? And then I realized something. People are using things on some dumb motive. And you know what? Out of anything, if there is a hell, they may be going there before I do.
We're in it.
And when I look at Sunstar, he reminds me of that. Like, you sitting here calling God for judgment, you got to be careful what you call God for, because when God comes down for judgment, you do understand that He see all. Now, y'all just went over how the fact that they was lying to the people down in what was it, Ghana or something like that?
Kenya.
They was lying to people and everything like that. If you calling God down for judgment, don't you think He judging everybody?
Yeah.
Right.
That pastor.
So
And
And I'm
also
just looking, and then you see a blogger. Hold on, wait. And then I'm sorry, but I do have to say this, and I don't want to say that blogger name on your platform. But then you see a blogger who they've been in contact with this whole time, and it has been in contact with 1501. You telling me you got this blogger holding one of your grandbabies or daughters or whatever the case may be? She holding her in the background. Are
mm-mm,
you saying this? And the whole time, she's one of the people who was giving misinformation. So
mm-hmm.
y'all is manipulating and doing everything else like that, and you're calling God for judgment. It don't make sense to me. It don't make sense. But I guess.
and I feel like also too. Well, this is gonna be quick. most of the outrage, because like when he probably didn't have nothing to say. If they go back to when I spoke on like having a support system that don't give that as long as you're as long as Tory was out doing the fucked up shit he was doing, but still feeding his daddy pockets, he could look over that. But being that Tory got sentenced, that made the bread or the money that he was getting, the stoppage of that a reality. So I feel like the outrage was more so what was partly, you know, him feeling like him himself actually feeling as if Tory was done wrong in the court of law, but also I feel like majority of it was damn, the moneymaker has been stopped, and this is making me upset because I put a lot of water in that idea of okay, and he probably deep down know that's why this Kenyan woman is with him, because you know people know things like, so once the money stop, I probably lose everything I got. You know, he probably just invested in something that thinking Tory was gonna win, and now he got to pay this off and don't know how to fuck. So he's mad not only because of that, but I feel like his water, which is money, I'm equating to that, is like his pipe has stopped. So where the fuck is I'm gonna get it from? And I am mad at the fact that I'm not gonna have no more passive income coming from my son, who in which wasn't really a major part in his life because his mom passed away at a young age. So that's why he feels okay with exploiting him with the Kenyan stuff, you know, like with the, so he really don't give a fuck about Tory.
And you know what? I'm about to drop down, but just to touch on that, especially with the young lady, the 24-year-old that was getting ready to leave, to parents, right? So I have two boys, one I birthed biologically, and one is actually my brother that I adopted. What was it, 12 years ago when our mom passed away, right? This boy, love this boy with all my heart, treat him like he's my son. I call myself a sister mom and done everything for him, but he decided he wanted to cut up. Parents, if you know you got a badass kid, acknowledge it, because that's the only way you're going to get help and prevent that child from being a menace to society. And sometimes you may have to let go. Like I did everything in my power to get him the help that he needs. I said, I realized there was a problem here. You're not going to terrorize other people because you don't want to get right. Hey, do you need grief counseling? Do you need therapy? Do we need family therapy? What is it that you need? As a parent, you have to acknowledge that your kid has an issue and that they're a menace, or even acknowledge your own faults so you can go ahead and cultivate the type of person, the adult you want that person to be. And a lot of times we're so ashamed that this kid, when we're trying to do our best and this kid's not turning out right, that we're not reaching out for those resources that are available to us. Because had he been a better father, like the young lady pointed out, being a better parent, and sometimes that may not work. But the best part of parenting is when something is going wrong, you find a resource and a way to kind of curve that behavior. I sent my boy right to military school. He had to go to court. I said, Judge, don't put him in your little juvenile hall. That's not going to help. He's going to come out worse and terrorize more people. Let me sit his ass down in military school. And that's exactly what I did. Sit his behind at a military school. And guess what? You're not coming back home either, because you're going to enlist. You're going to keep that discipline, and you're going to enlist, and we're going to build that familiar bond, and you're going to still remain in counseling. And a lot of people are they want to deny, you know what your child is doing. No, that's a demon seed. Like do something. Like do something like that. That mess stressed me out with him and my family. No, he's just a boy. Boys will be boys. His balls are dropping. No, absolutely not. I was made out to be the bad guy, but I didn't care because this behavior is a problem. He wants for nothing. He's getting all the resources. Let me find a corrective way, because you guys want me to coddle him and then unleash him on society. That's not fair to the rest of the world.
Thank you, sis.
You won't. I'm gonna try to love you guys. Huh?
Love you too.
Have a good night.
Yes.
Have a good night, y'all.
You too. Have a best night.
Now that's what you call being proactive.
Oh God. Yes.
Be honest about your children's behavior. Y'all know that these young people be out of control. Y'all know how disobedient, disrespectful they are. You know how slick, conniving, sneaky, and manipulative they is. You see the way that they constantly abuse and assert their domination over their siblings. And then you witness all of that and still want to go acting a fool to somebody else, or go slap the teacher around, or go cuss out the mama who is the parent of the child that's being bullied by your child. Like, misguided anger and out of fucking order. Out of order. So that correction has to start in the home. And what's the reflection of you is not your child doing the right thing, is literally your parenting and you also being able to remedy the wrong behavior, doing something about the wrong behavior. And I'm glad that the panelist who just left, she got proactive and she found a way to bring some structure into her son's life, instead of just kind of handing him over to the jump into the criminal justice system, which, like she said, it would have made it worse. So she found an alternative, sent his ass off to boarding school, to military school, and let him get that discipline in his damn life, and then and also continue to extend her love to him and build with him. That is freaking amazing. But it has to start there. It has to start in the house. It has to start with us, as a community and as a family. And I'm with all of that. So that was really amazing. Now, y'all touched on something that I kind of want to talk about, but I want to wrap up this show and talk about it. I want to get into a hell conversation. It's something I want to read to y'all, and I'm very interested and curious about what you all's thoughts are. But before we wrap up this show, anything that y'all want to say to the topic at hand? We've just learned that we don't need to cuddle our kids. Definitely don't cuddle our boys. We have spoken about raising the awareness of women who are living in the system and them informing themselves about the danger of this reality. What would you say to the men, Red Clark? How do we as men how do we deal with our male counterparts in the system who might be socialized to objectify women, etc.?
You say, how do we live with the men?
How do we hold other men in the system accountable and make sure that they do their part as well to keep the dynamics balanced and safe?
Well, for one, we have to embody the change in which that we want to see, truthfully. Because the first time a motherfucker see that you're not practicing what you're preaching, that gives them leeway to negate what you're telling them. So that's the first thing. Practice what you preach in living in your truth balanced self. Also, too, when you're communicating with these people, when men are communicating with other men, understand that at the end of the day, this is a man that you're communicating with, and knowing your personnel. So knowing how to communicate with that man if he is doing something in which that he needs to be accountable for. Not coddling them, not not bro, like nah, like get like if you know this person, if I know my bro is the type of bro that he only responds to me getting on his ass in harsh language, that's what I would have to do to get through him, versus if I got a homeboy that gets through with more so like a more like a conservative type conversation in which that, or maybe I have to approach it in a different way. It's learning our personnel and not being so judgmental of the other brother in which that is fucked up. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's the difference between coddling and having a sense of empathy for these people, because like I don't think like a lot of people, well, a lot of men, and like I feel like we talked about this before on the thing, conscious, like a lot of men don't we are conditioned so much that it's so fucked up. I'll be viewed as a messed up person for telling you the right thing to do. And me knowing that, I have to be okay with being viewed as that person. Because if I'm not okay with that, the shun that I'll get from trying to correct you will shy away from me standing on holding you accountable, because I'm not understanding what's going on. So my message to men would be, hey, like, don't be afraid to hold your brother accountable, bro. Like, even if the in group, everyone else that's indulging in these behaviors shun you for that, live in that yourself so you can be the example. So when I'm living truthful for me, they looking at me like, damn, like, bro really elevating, like, bro really took accountability for a lie that he told, and him telling the truth really elevated him to a different plane. You see what I'm saying? Something as simple as that. So live true within your true authentic self, so you can be an example. So when you tell your brother, he values that, and don't be afraid to tell him if he doesn't value that. At least you got the blood off your hands, because the least thing we can do is make this world, this life, more suffering than it already is.
Is anybody here, and I agree with that, and thank you, Rick. Is anybody here abolitionist?
Is it silly if I say I don't know what that means?
Yeah, what's that?
Somebody who somebody who believes in a restorative justice more so than punishment. So these are people who would be looking to get rid of policing. They would be looking to get rid of and defund
No, I don't
the
support
prison
that.
industrial complex in place of systems that actually address the roots of the issue, whether that's
like
poverty in
implementing
communities,
jail with
whether
rehab
that's
type shit.
pouring mental health resources back into communities, whether that's addressing the way that capitalism kind of sustains things like poverty and crimes of all kind. Like, this is kind of people who are more so interested in kind of getting rid of the variables that contribute to heightened criminality in the world.
I
Versus
personally think that we should have mental health professionals dispatched to almost every scene. Like, because I'm the type of person, if my house gets broken into tonight, I'm calling the police and I want them to come ASAP. Like, I want them to come arrest everybody who did it, put them in jail for however long. But at the same time, if I call and say, hey, like, somebody at my home just overdosed, then okay, send the police, but also send a mental health professional that knows how to deal with crisis situations, because a lot of the times the police do escalate the situation. But I don't want police out of my community, because when something goes wrong, damn right I want the police to come and, figure out what's going on, because I've been blessed to I personally, I don't think there's, quote, necessarily good cops, but I've been blessed to have good police encounters, if you understand what I'm saying. So I'm not gonna sit up here and say defund the police. No, I add funding, but add that funding for the mental health professionals that are needed for crisis situations. And also, if you commit a crime, you got to sit down for some time. Like, you don't deserve to be out in the society enjoying life and doing X, Y, and Z. Like, you got to sit down. Like, you kill my family member, you got to sit down for a long time. Like, why should you get out and that person is in the ground for the rest of their life? Like, that doesn't make sense to me.
And I also feel like therapy and other mental health and resources should be implemented into the prisons, because I feel like it's it's some people that are in jail that want to change but don't know how to change, or being that they don't have the resources, or they either they don't have the resources or they don't know how to utilize the resources in which that they have. Somebody in the chat said like Martin Luther King went to jail and he came out a whole different person, and that's because Martin Luther King was blessed enough to have a yearning for, you know, a yearning for rehabilitation versus the people that are in jail that don't even have that idea, because it's not there. It's out of sight, out of mind. So I'm in jail, a four by four, however big it is, room, and I don't even see the option for me to see a therapist if I wanted to. You see what I'm saying? So I wouldn't say defund the police because I have a different perspective. My grandma, who I basically grew up with, was a officer, and she was a good officer. I've seen her help people. So don't defund the police. Just add more resources within these systems that don't, when these people come out, that they're not habitual offenders. They're not institutionalized enough that this outside world is so fucked up that they have a yearning to commit another crime to go back into the system in which that they came out of. So I believe in that, but nah, man, we need some type of order in the Midas of the chaos.
Do y'all know that police involvement in violent crimes makes up only 4% of their task? What most police officers in this country spend most of their day-to-day job doing is responding to non-criminal calls and traffic stops and property crimes, but violent crimes only make up 4% of their duties. So police are not out here like saving the world in the way that y'all believe them to be. And they also get there after the fact, hardly, not ever before.
Yeah, like the police is not there to prevent the thing from happening. It's there to make an arrest. It's there to, like they just trying to figure out what happened and do the proper protocol of that. And so, would you say that there's no need for that aspect of the process? I'm asking I'm asking you this one. I'm trying to see like your standpoint on that.
I'll probably say I'll probably do a whole show on that. It's kind of going down a rabbit hole.
Right, I'm like, damn, I'm trying to see, like,
I'm an abolitionist. I mean, I accept our current system because it's just what we have. But I do have my own personal view is very different. I definitely believe in restorative justice, and it's something that I've been studying up on for the past 2 years. I've been reading a lot of interesting articles from a lot of interesting authors and following the work of other abolitionists, and it feels more true to what is supposed to be that of a criminal justice system. And I'm definitely here for the destruction of the current one because it's capitalistic and inherently anti-Black in nature.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
it's very inhumane on top of that, and it's created out of our ego, and that's why more people come out more fucked up than not, and why people come out with more trauma, and why life is even harder for people who go through the system. If the system was restorative, then people should still not be penalized after serving their time to society, but instead they continue to be assaulted by the criminal justice system, which really kind of pits their back up against the wall upon getting out. Like, not only do they come up with trauma, but now the obstacles are even harder as a result of being a convict and having a record. And all those things obviously impact your livelihood and your ability to sustain yourself. And then if those variables and conditions have make things fucking worse, then of course you, like most people, are going to yield back to a life of crime, which is why a good percentage of prisoners are repeat offenders and return back to prison within their first 2 years of being out of prison. So it's not as helpful as it is. A police in our world is a fantasy. We like the feeling and the thought and the sight of police, but they do not contribute to the world in a way that we've come to think that they really have. And I do think we need to have a very honest and upfront conversation about being policed as people, and what the system is, and get into some of the data and the facts around the prison industrial complex, and the slaves that it create, and just all of that. It's a very nuanced discussion. It's kind of hard for people to have that discussion with, because people are so fear-based, and people are so afraid of what it means to not have access to police, etc. And it is really not as scary of a thought as, we'll get into it. But
like I mean, like man, you are like you already know that.
I want to do a whole show, because it's a particular abolitionist I would love to bring on the show, to kind of really have a foundational conversation about abolition work, and the psychology and the perception and the worldview of abolitionists. And I think it's I think it's a really gorgeous way of the world. And I think it's more rooted in actual justice more so than punishment. But,
yeah.
Well, if you look at that, that's more of community policing, right? But people forget that police are law enforcement. So all they're really doing are enforcing laws that are already in place.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're not really preventing anything. They're not, you know, all they're doing is, they're supposed to do is pretty much maintain a sense of what they call law and order. So basically, someone breaks the law, you investigate, find out what happened, bring that person to justice. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's their main part in law enforcement. Now, other things have been given to them in addition to just, conducting that. You got stuff for natural disasters and stuff like that. And that's a whole other thing. You look at all these cops at Walmart, which that's a whole nother situation in itself, because it's like, that's tax dollars, and those cops could be patrolling those same neighborhoods, but yet they're protecting commercial property.
Yes.
Versus that company paying for armed security themselves. But that's a whole nother. Thing.
Yes.
And
I am about to wrap up the show at 5:04. Is there anything that you want to say to the topic before we wrap?
Yeah. I find it very. It's amazing that Tory Lanez's father, after the verdict, jumps and you're hooping and hollering and stuff. But in all actuality, it shouldn't have gotten to that point, because his son should have turned himself in and told the truth about what happened from the beginning. If he's just upstanding, God-fearing, where was that conversation?
Mm-hmm.
He quick to jump to his son's defense. That means you know what happened, right? So why didn't you turn him in?
Yeah.
Someone was injured. It was wrong. That person needs to be held accountable. That's pretty cut and dry, simple and plain. So for him to do all of this grandstanding after the fact, and then days after his son was just in court for violating other people, it's like, really, you are all up in arms about your son now being held accountable, when in all actuality he should have been dealt with years ago. So he has a very long track record. And the problem is he wasn't held accountable because of this semi-celebrity status and ability to, maneuver through that. So if he gets 22 years, that's probably, in all actuality, what he should have served for all his other crimes in totality. So I really don't feel any kind of way that now a person who has violated multiple people for years is now being held accountable.
Yeah.
Judgment Day. It's Judgment Day. You got to pay.
Yeah.
You're irresponsible. And for a parent to jump up after, it's just.
It was tacky and deplorable and demoralizing, and it goes to show exactly what the problem is in Tory Lanez's life.
It shows the morals that was instilled in him through his parents.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. And yeah. Perfectly stated. 504. Thank you for that, boo. I appreciate you, love. And yes, I did get everybody's donation, including Miss Williams and Miss Carletta. Thank you all for your PayPal. I just checked my PayPal too. My PayPal notifications don't come up on my phone. I have to go to my emails and see all of those. So oftentimes I don't have the convenience of shouting you guys out who donate to PayPal. But yes, I have my Miss Williams and Carlita's PayPal. Thank you guys so much. And of course, everybody who donated to the Cash App, thank you guys so much. It's 11:11. I want to come right back. I just set up another live stream, so we're going to come right back and get into an esoteric conversation. Clark, are you interested in that conversation?
Yeah, for sure.
All right, nice. Okay, so I'm going to text you the link, and then I'm going to be dropping the link, of course, for you guys to come up. I'm very curious to know what you guys think about this. I was talking about this on another platform, but we'll get into that. Thank you for being here, Red Clark, and I'll see you in a few in the next live streams. Thank you all. Justice for Megan. Friday, one of the best days of my life. Now that Tory is sitting his ass down and Canada and the criminal justice system are going to deal with his ass. Great. Okay. I hope now that Meg can move forward. I hope that she can learn what she needs to from this situation. I hope that this has been very enlightening for her, and I hope that she gets herself the counseling and therapy that I'm sure she needs as a result of going through something like this. There might be some other things that's going on with her regarding the death of her mom and just maybe other things she has going on as a woman as well. I hope that she goes and takes her resources, unlike Tory, and go and actually heal herself. I'm so proud of all these Black people that have all this wealth. I think they are not aware just how much of an opportunity they have to really change their lives for the better, and to also change the people that they love lives for the better. I would like to see a lot of these young people, especially all of our hip hop artists, to go get yourself that therapy, man. Y'all at the top, but y'all at the top with a lot of trauma. Y'all are at the top with a lot of social conditioning. Y'all are at the top with a lot of toxicity. Y'all are at the top with a lot of undiagnosed mental health issues. Y'all are at the top, but the top don't change the condition and the status of your soul. It doesn't change the condition and the status of your mind. And you guys have infinite resources. Please go get y'all some help. please go sit down on somebody's couch who is super qualified and deal with the trauma of where y'all come from, deal with, you know, being raised in poverty in a single parent household. Like, go be the example. Have open discussions as artists who have influence about the importance of mental health. You know, have these discussions, wake the community up, stir the community up. We have such a powerful opportunity with hip hop. Hip hop is now one of the world's greatest musical I forgot the word I'm looking for, but hip hop is like it's global, it's international. Like, we got the reach and we're the coolest kids on the fucking block, and it's really time to start doing better for ourselves. I think we have a responsibility, and I think our celebrities and our anybody who has influence has a responsibility to the overall community. And I think it's our duty as consumers to keep our foot on all of their fucking neck, to call them out when they're all on their bald-headed whole shit, to challenge their ideas, to encourage them to do better, to hold them to task. Because heavy is the head that wears the fucking crown, and if you don't want the heaviness, then you're not qualified for the fucking crown or the tiara. So I'm happy. I am an abolitionist, so prison itself is not exciting for me, but accountability is. There's lots of conversations and lots of work that still needs to be done as it relates to prison reform and police reform. And of course, we have to continue as a community to tackle misogyny and misogynar. I think I'm saying it right. Okay, which is the specific misogyny toward Black women or Black feminine entities. And I think that there's lots of conversations that can come out of this Tory Lanez and Meg scenario. A lot of people have said, oh, this is not a Black woman and a Black man. It's all of it, bitch. Like, Tory and Meg do not exist in a vacuum. They are a product of deeper systemic realities. They are the product of deeper cultural issues within our community. They are the product of all of those things. These things that we see on a micro level are that way because of what exists as a macro. So, however many conversations we can get out of this situation, whether it's spiritual, whether it's about misogyny, whether it's about inherent sexism, whether it's about Black women, whether it's about Black men, whether it's about patriarchy, whether it's about toxic femininity, all of that can come out of this conversation. And I hope you guys as consumers who see channels going in those directions don't necessarily resist those conversations, but participate in them, because there's space within the situation to get into all of those nooks and crevices, because they're all relevant and they all play their role in all of this. No, it wasn't genre that I was looking for, but that's a good word too, genre. Thank y'all. I'll take that too, genre. But I got to get out of here. I'll be back in 5 minutes. I love you all. Thumbs up. Thank you all for that, for all that y'all do. We are on the road to 40K before the year is out. Less than 100 subscribers away. Thumbs up on your way out. I'll see you in 5 minutes. And tell me what you all think in the comment section below. Peace.